So good morning, and we're live here from the Liberta Sports Club venue, Ball Beef in Liberta, and it's the finals of the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association Super 40 competition for 2024. It's a bright sunny morning here in Antigua and Barbuda, and we're just about to get this game underway. The toss has been thrown. The Blackhawks won the toss and inserted the men from New Winthorpes Lions, and the teams are Karima Gore, Amal Nathaniel, Joshua Thomas, Raheem Cornwall, Kadeem Phillip, Michael Graves, Malik Walsh, Tyrek Charles, Kofi James, Wilden Cornwall Sr., and Gio Benjamin. That's the lineup for the Liberta Blackhawks team in this finals today. Alongside me was co-commentator Dwari Edwards. Dwari, you have the New Winthorpes team in your hand.
Good morning to you, then. Good morning, listeners. For the New Winthorpes team, it's Nino Henry, captain, Jermaine Otto, Bartlett Henry, Damon Valentine, Ian Youssef, Asher Cornelius, Sean Darwood, Ishmael Peters, Siobhan Moore, Randall Boston, Xavier Otto, and Kian Joseph and Tyrek Mason.
And a wide to start as Gio Benjamin comes from the northern end, which is the police station end here at the Ball Beef grounds in Liberta. The other end, which is the pavilion end or the school end, is the southern end. Two slips in, a man at third man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a man at forward of square, and a man down on the fine leg boundary. Again, Benjamin not having his radar in check. Gio Benjamin, the young fast bowler for Liberta Blackhawks, opening the bowling today. Somebody who would have come into the Blackhawks team this year at the Super 40 stage and has shown good ability so far, but starting off with two wides. So the Winthorpes Lions getting off the mark even without the ball hitting the bat. Edge and dropped at second slip. It was low. It went to the right of Tyrek Charles, and he got down low to his right, but he couldn't hold on to it. It was dying all the time, but that's a chance nonetheless. Dropped the number 22 for
23. I thought that looked like Kofi James.
It's Kofi James, as a matter of fact, who is at that second slip position. So Kofi James putting the catch down, and chance there for the Blackhawks. He's flashing outside the line of the off stump. This time he takes the edge. So he was dropped the delivery before, and he got a short of a length delivery outside the line of the off stump. Played a nothing shot at that one. Catch taken behind by Joshua Thomas, and so New Winthorpes Lions losing their first wicket, that of
Bartlett Henry.
And he would be disappointed with himself in playing that type of shot in a finals.
I think so, then more. I think it's a situation where he could have given himself a bit more time, knowing the magnitude of the situation as well. It's a situation where he has to give himself as much time as possible, and then he could get on with things later in the innings.
So Damon Valentine is going to come to the crease at that early fall of wicket there of Bartlett Henry, and he would be disappointed in himself. He is expected at the top of the innings for New Winthorpes Lions to really get the innings moving, and today he was dropped the delivery before and then played a poor shot, I thought, at what was a short wide delivery. And he just managed to nudge it through to Joshua Thomas behind the stumps. And he has gone. So Damon Valentine will have to come and do some repair work for New Winthorpes Lions.
And I think it's very important as well that the New Winthorpes batsmen need to build partnerships along the way. Because if they're to get a respectable total on the board, they would need to make partnerships a paramount part of their innings today.
Certainly they're not going to just want to come and surrender. And head-to-head this season, New Winthorpe Lions, they would have had the victory over the Blackhawks in the preliminary stage. So they know how to play against the Blackhawks. Benjamin just firing one in. Excited crowd, not as big as we anticipated. We think some folks are still on their way when they get out of church. They will certainly join us here at Ball Beef. But Benjamin, an eventful over so far. 2 wide, 2 edges, 1 caught, 1 dropped, and then he's hitting the pad. So all event. Here is he hitting one on that one is a good delivery. That one hit the seam and just went past the bat of Damon Valentine, the left-handed number 3 batsman. And so
certainly a tall fellow in young Benjamin. However, Denmo, I think he's bowling a bit too short. I think he could be a touch fuller and force the batsman to play.
We look down and we see his dad, Winston Benjamin, outside the line of the off. That one swung back late. Joshua Thomas having to just shift his weight to his right to collect that one, and no run. I'm saying that he saw his dad, Winston Benjamin, sitting down in the audience. He no doubt will be having a look at Gio and probably thinking what are the kind of changes, what they can do to probably make him a lot better. It's a tall, lanky bowler. Again, just not getting his radar right, and then Joshua Thomas not collecting cleanly, so they're able to come through for an additional run. Score is what? 4 without loss? 4 for 1. Correction. 4 for 1. We're still in the eventful first over. Gives us the opportunity, the first time, to see Jermaine Otto. He gets a delivery outside the line of the off stump that is touching down and holding its own, going through to wicketkeeper Joshua. First delivery up to Jermaine Otto and ends the over. The end of over number 1, 4 for 1, New Winthorpe Lions having been asked to bat.
Yes, Denmo, I certainly think the New Winthorpe players will be up for the fight today. Unfamiliar territory for them, in a sense, because they have not made a final for quite a while now. The last final I remember them making was I think was a T20 final, which they won. So yes, but with the good work that is being done by Abdel Hughes, I agree with. Mm-hmm. Just to add to your point as well, then more, I think it not only fine tunes the technical skills of the players, but I think also the mentality behind the game as well, because it allows you to think the game how you need to think the game, and of course in the end it will add a lot of structure, or the structure that is needed in order to bring forth good cricket. Still going strong.
Polo still going strong in his 50s.
Definitely someone that the New Winthorpe players should not underestimate, given his vast amounts of experience.
This is good batting by Jermaine Otto, not trying to, explode, recognizing that the team would have lost an early wicket, and so he's just working the ball into the field and looking for the quick single. The Blackhawks, no doubt, would want to be all over. The New Winthorpe Lions would want to try and get into the middle order of the New Winthorpe Lions, that allowing these early batsmen to get away. Cornwall with another slow delivery. 3 slow deliveries, I thought, in a row. Or maybe that's his pace now at 51. I don't know. But got all excited just now for that one. He's beating the batsman outside the line of the off-stump. Valentine just playing away from his body. And you haven't played in these finals before. What type of mentality would the players be in this morning? Especially somebody like the Winthorpes, who have not been in the finals for quite a while. What would the players need to do to really bring themselves up for what is required as a final?
I think it would be all about sticking to the plan then more. Obviously, there would be a structure in place or a plan in place in order whatever aspect of the game that you're dealing with, in order to get the best out of the situation. So I think it's a situation where cooler heads need to prevail. There will be some butterflies at the beginning, but it's just about sticking to the plan and executing as best as possible.
Remember, if you're not here yet, you come on over to Balby Field. As you turn into the school, you drive through the schoolyard outside the line of the off stump from Wilden Cornwall. So you know what is a quiet over? Maybe just 2 runs coming from it. So the score at the end of the over, 6-1. So a quiet start this for New Winthorpe Lions. Just to finish the point, I was telling the folks, as they drive into what we call School Road, they turn right, they come through the school at that big gate and don't go all the way up, because quite a number of people usually miss that turn in. You turn and you drive through the school, keep left as if you, and then you come around. You will see us here down in Balby.
Depending on what vehicle they're driving as well, they could make the right turn after the police station.
Correct.
And come through.
And come road through there. If you're in a bigger vehicle, a 4-wheel drive, maybe a Jeep, something that's a little higher. Benjamin continues wide outside the line of the off stump, and rightly called wide by umpire
Butler.
today. We have
Candice Butler.
Candice Butler. And we also have Longley. We understand is the other standing umpire. New name, Longley, to me, which is always a good sign of progress when you have new names showing up and being able to stand in the finals. So Longley, Butler, and Trotman, the umpires who are working this final today. Here is Valentine with an almighty. Is that Jermaine Otto?
Yes,
Jermaine Otto. Just trying to swing that one away from Gio Benjamin. Not
very much not
contact.
On. That shot was very much not on Denmo. And for a player of Jermaine Otto's caliber, I think playing at the level that he has played at, I think he should understand the situation and what is required, and basically keep it as simple as possible.
Captain Gorgeous going all the way down and having a quick word with Benjamin. Benjamin has come back with a good delivery, just short of a length outside the line of the off stump, through to wicketkeeper Joshua Thomas. No run. So still a fairly decent attacking field by the Blackhawks. The outfield looks in very good condition today. They look as if they're playing on pitch number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks as if it's about 9 pitches on the square. Can there be such a thing as over pitching? Here is this delivery, driven through the offside by Otto. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Gets one, just one, as Kareem Ago was very quick after that one. And his left-handed throw is strong to Joshua Thomas. Just one more run. Square looks to have quite a number of pitches on it. And the outfield look freshly cut in a circular pattern. So
I'll say so far it looks a very good pitch as well.
So far, looks a good pitch. Looks as if the batsmen apply themselves, they can get runs. And there's something in it for the bowlers. Benjamin has the left-handed Valentine just squaring up and pushing this one back along the pitch for Benjamin to feed his own ball in no run. How have you been handling the heat so far?
Not very good.
It's been hot, I'm telling you.
I'm quite happy where I am Denmore.
Yep.
In the shade, doing a bit of commentary.
I am just as happy as you are to be out in the shade here, because it's really been a hot weekend. Outside the off stump and flashing again away. Again, his right leg is coming straight down the pitch, and he's just hoping that he makes contact with his bat. He needs to move the feet towards the ball a little bit more. Maybe that will help him to be able to make contact.
And I think this is where we need to understand, where the batsmen for the new Winthorpes team need to understand their roles Denmore. Valentine, not the biggest of hitters, so his role will be certainly to rotate the strike and give the strike over to the bigger hitters at different points in the innings.
Down the leg side again. Good stop by Joshua Thomas, because that one was fired widely down the leg side by Gio Benjamin. And good stop by Joshua Thomas behind the stumps. We understand that the ABCA is planning to pick an all-star team to play a T20 warm-up match inside the ARG sometime next weekend.
Do you think we'll be a part of the playing 11s then, Mo?
Huh?
Do you think we'll be a part of the playing 11s?
We would be happy up in the commentary box.
As another wide is
Another
bowled
wide
by
delivery. So we understand it's going to be like a 22. They're going to pick two teams, and just to test the pitch out to see if still in good nick. I walked into the ARG during the week, and they've started to resurrect the pitch. The place looks good. I think there are one or two little areas. I saw a couple of ants nests that they definitely need to work on. But in general, the outfield looks to be in very good condition. So I think that Merrick and others, they've done a good job so far in getting that facility, especially the outfield, ready.
Do you think it's a situation where we can see the return of football in the ARG?
I am hoping so. I am hoping that when we have Carnival this year, that it is not destroyed again, so that it puts us back. But I think football in the city is always a good thing. I have not gone up to the football office to watch any football. Bowl! Oh. Chopped it onto his stumps, but let Damon Valentine. And just what I was saying again, just playing with the bat away from the body, not moving the feet. And the ball this time making contact with the inner portion of the bat, chopping onto his stumps. The Winthorpes losing their second wicket. The score is now 11-2. And I say thank you. We have some of the best looking scorers anywhere there is. It's a pity that there is an umpire between us and the scorers that blocks our view.
I certainly think that delivery was definitely too close to play the horizontal batted shot. And he just needed to basically play the ball where it was coming from.
Yeah. And he paid the price. He's walking back dejectedly that he's a much better player than his stats would suggest.
Certainly a player who can rise to the occasion now for the new Winthorpes team as well.
I'm hoping that today might be the day that he looks to rise to the occasion. Yeah. No doubt the Blackhawks would want to get rid of him very quickly. Wilden Cornwall is going to continue. It's a bright morning here over at Ballbeef in Liberta. It's the ABCA 2-day. Why do I keep saying 2-day? Super40 competition finals. The last time they heard us was when you you demoted me with your great commentary.
I did not.
Over at Pickett's, and it's always happy. When Paco told me that he got you to come again, I was smiling from ear to ear. Cornwall is in, and this is driven back over the top of his head for 4. Well, no, it just pulls up, and that's a
very good work by Amal
Nathaniel. And the batsman are only able to get 2. So not timing it as well as he did. He went through with the shot. He was just trying to hit that one over the top. The ball went over the top of mid-off, and Amal Nathaniel doing some good work to limit the batsman to just 2 runs.
Indeed. I think it's a situation where the new Winthorpes players need to be as composed as possible.
This time he's hitting it better. High over the top of cover for 6 runs. That's a beautiful shot by Jermaine Atto.
A good shot.
Tossed up by Willen Cornwall. Not much pace, and he went through with the shot. 6 runs.
A good shot indeed, Denmore. And as I was saying a while ago, I think it's a situation where the new Winthorpes players need to stay as composed as possible, because the opportunity will present themselves for them to score.
19, the score has gone up to 19 for 2 is the total, and that was a good shot by Jermaine Atto. He saw it early from Willen Cornwall, and he didn't try to keep it down, and he timed that one much better, getting 6 runs. This time he's driving in the air for a single. Euseb wanting the second run again. Just one more to the total, 20 for 2. We're in over number 4 of 40. And based on the forecast, we're expecting to have a full day's cricket. The forecast is for it to be hot and get hotter as we go along. Cornwall, and Euseb is driving his first delivery very quietly into the offside field. Can't score. This one is driven, left the bat in the air, and just throw out the stumps there by Amal Nathaniel, just to keep the batsman honest.
And then more, where does your enthusiasm lie as far as the being an English Premier League fan is concerned? You know, today's championship day.
I'm saying it softly because I'm an Arsenal fan. I hope West Ham choke Man City. I've loved Arsenal for a very long time for a number of reasons. One, I think that they give a lot of opportunity to black players. I was a great fan of the coach that left before, and I really want them to have success. I think they've played a better football for the season.
We're definitely in the same boat, because I'm an Arsenal fan as well, and I'm hoping for a miracle.
I am hoping so too, but you know, the money, the interest sometimes have a way of, you know, having a big gap between the lower down teams and the top teams. So it's going to really take an effort from West Ham to hold off Man City, but I hope Arsenal does their part and win their game, and then hand it over to you, City, to see what can take place. But any which way it goes, I think that they cannot complain, because it's not one of those seasons where they can say they've really choked. I think that they've come up well. Here is this delivery there. The ball was angled down the leg side, and it was an appeal, not out, and they're able to scamper a leg by. So one more to the total.
Bit of uncertainty there by the new Winthorpes batsmen, but a run nevertheless in the end.
Atto is facing up as Benjamin is in his third over. He used this one, he's driving again a little loosely, gets it over the top of the infield though, and down to deep extra cover, and he's able to come back for 2 runs. But again, no real foot movement there from Atto, just seeing the length of that delivery and going through with the shot. Could have skied that one anywhere into the into the hands of one of the fielders. So he's going to have to want to sort that out.
Definitely wasn't to the pitch of that delivery, Denmore.
Again, I would give him the benefit that he pulled out of that one. He was looking to probably smash that one somewhere. He pulled out of it in the end. It's another short delivery, and your comment about Benjamin's shot, the length that he's bowling is quite correct. He's bowling a little bit too short for my liking.
Genuinely, he will get bounced because of his height, so I definitely think he needs to be a tad fuller.
Outside the line of the off stump this time, and nice tall bowler is Benjamin, well over 6 feet high, and so would extract the bounce naturally. I think in the off season a lot of work probably needs to go into his control. Here is he. Nicked him off. That's a beautiful delivery.
Well
Touchdown, just as you said. Pitched it length. That
well
one
ball.
held its own. Beat Jermaine Otto. All ends up the edge found. Catch taken. Otto walks back to the pavilion. And the Winthorpes losing their third wicket. They are now 24 for 3. 24 for 3.
Definitely a delivery his dad would be proud of Denmore, because as we were saying, he needs to be a bit fuller in terms of his length, and that touchdown on a good length and shaped away, took the edge, and Joshua Thomas did the rest behind the stumps.
Joshua Thomas certainly did the rest behind the stumps, and that was a good delivery. You just spoke about it, that we were just speaking about it, that he just needed to be a touch fuller, and that one was fuller length and just bounced and genuinely just beat Jermaine Otto. All ends up, and he's back in the pavilion. So the two All-Star teams game will be played next Sunday at 2 p.m. at ARG. So if you're looking for a Sunday afternoon getaway, maybe just to see some T20 cricket and get an opportunity to, reminisce being in ARG, next Sunday afternoon is a good lime. 2 p.m. and for about 3 hours or so, they're gonna have two teams picked by the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association to play in that match. So Asher Murray Cornelius has come out to the crease, and he's facing up. First up to Gio Benjamin, and Benjamin with a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. That one kept maybe a tinge low, but that one was a good first up delivery to Asher Murray Cornelius. Ends the over 24 for 3. The Winthorpes Lions, they lost the toss this morning and were inserted by the Liberta Blackhawks, and the Blackhawks would be very happy with the end of 5 overs, 24 runs, 3 wickets, the kind of start that the Blackhawks would have wanted.
Definitely, Denmo, and knowing the Blackhawks players, they will not allow the situation to get away from them. They'll be very ruthless in trying to bowl out the New Winthorpes team as cheap as possible, and to make it yet another championship to add to their already big amount of championships that they've won.
Cornwall is going to continue. Will then Polo Cornwall. He has 2 slips in as he starts his third over, and his first delivery is driven, but straight to the fielder at that mid-off position, no run. So he has 2 slips. There's a man at third man. Point is square. He has a man at extra cover that looks to be Walsh. Kadeem Phillip is now coming over from that forward of square position into a short catching extra cover position. Amal Nathaniel is at mid-off. He has a man at mid-on. And he's pitching one, just touching down outside the line of the off stump, going past the bat of Ian Uzeb, and there is no run. So to complete his field, he just has two players on the onside, one at mid-on and one down at a wide long leg position. Cornwall is trying a slow delivery but loses in his radar. That one fired down the leg side for a wide, called wide by umpire Longley. What's his first name? Fitzroy Longley. And this is probably his first final that he's standing in. I haven't heard that name in a final before. Here is Cornwall in. And he's flashing outside the line of the off stump at a wide delivery, called wide.
Definitely a shot Ian Uzeb should not be looking to play at this moment, then more given the situation of the game.
I agree. Certainly. You've lost 3 wickets.
I certainly think he needs to be more watchful.
Yeah.
And
accumulate your runs.
And given the nature.
He's driving this time back along the pitch for Cornwall to field his own bowling. Cornwall has not been bowling at with any real pace. What he's really been using is mostly his experience, putting the balls in the right areas. And I think that the players just need to ensure that they accumulate the runs. Just try to hit the ball into the gaps. There's acres of space on the onside. He's squaring up, playing this one into the offside field. Kadim Phillip, who was brought into that very short catching extra cover position, is the one doing the fielding.
Knowing him, he'll be doing a bit of chirping as well.
I'm sure.
Trying to get under the New Winthorpes batsman's skin.
Yep.
Doesn't mean any harm though. Definitely a player who keeps things bubbling in the field.
Outside the line of the off stump, a good delivery from Wilden Cornwall. As just that one hit the seam and just went past Uzeb's bat, and there's no run.
I must say as well, Denmo, I think the real challenge for the New Winthorpes batters as well will be whenever the spinners come on to bowl.
And there are quite a number of them available today. Here is he just flicking this one down to the leg side, and he's coming back for a second.
I think if they can find their way.
I thought he made contact with the bat, but that one just clipping the pad and going down for 2 leg byes.
I certainly think if they can find their way through that period when the spinners come on to bowl and they can manage to play risk-free cricket at various points in time and take calculated risks at various points in time, they certainly can look to put a formidable total on the board.
Correct. End of the over. At the end of it, 28 for 3. 28 for 3 is the total. You're watching the ABCA Super40 finals. Yesterday, they had the semi-final, the 3rd place playoff, and it was Jennings, the Tigers of Jennings, who overcame West Rising Sun, Spartans, I think they are called, outside the line of the off stump as Benjamin starts a new over. But it was a low-scoring 3rd place playoff, and I personally don't think teams are fans of those 3rd place playoff. Were you a fan of 3rd place playoffs?
I have been in the past. The last 3rd place game I played was against All Saints at the Coalish Cricket Grounds, and we lost that game. That was the same.
Outside the line of the off stump again by Benjamin.
That was the same game where we were 200 plus for 3, chasing 260 against Liberta, and we lost the game.
Yep. So, just to tell folks how that game went yesterday. between Jennings Tigers. Jennings, they made 110 all out. And you would think that making 110, that should not have been 107, sorry. 107 all out. Miller making 28, 16 to Diari Francis, 24 to Nicholas Tapin. Those were the main scorers. And in reply, Rising Sun could only muster 94 all out. So Jennings ended. Well, that's a good. He made good contact there, but can't beat the infield. Not something to be frustrated about, though.
I must say Jennings cricket is on the up then more.
I think so.
That's the second semi-final, the second consecutive semi-final they have made
I
for the
think,
season.
though, that people like Diari Francis and so on, Diari Francis, they need to really start to believe that they're big-time players and give that kind of performance regularly.
I certainly would want to see a bit more from him then more.
Yeah.
Given the talent that he's had.
We saw him in the T20 up at the stadium. Really took apart some bowling.
And definitely a good glove man as well. One who certainly can represent, has the talent to represent this country.
Correct.
At the Leeward Islands level.
And you know, I'm one that I've been calling for the return of the Leeward Islands tournament proper. In both the 3 or 4
that as well.
3 or 4 day versions and 1 day.
We were having a conversation as far as that topic was concerned the other day. And we were saying, people like Michael Graves, who had a very good first-class season, doesn't have anything to look forward to if there's no Leeward Island tournament, and it could do his cricket an injustice.
Correct.
Because working so hard throughout the season and not being able to go any further, only to hear that the Leeward Island selectors are going to pick a 24, a 27, a 30, and his name. I've
always been of the opinion that if we can't have it in the Leeward Islands, we need to find a way to even get 1 or 2 of our teams to join the Windward Islands tournament. Because Windwards, we know for sure, are going to have a tournament every year. Whether or not they find a way, we need to also find a way, because when players perform, they need something to motivate them at that other end, that this is what I am performing towards. And so I'm hoping that the powers that be, that they find a way.
I think whatever the situation is, it needs to be addressed. So the Leeward Island tournament can be an annual fixture again.
Will and Cornwall's first delivery of a new over is driven away for 2 down to a deep backward point position.
If finances are the reason why, then more, I think the governments can get involved. I remember the forum they had in Trinidad the other day concerning West Indies cricket. A lot of prime ministers and so forth were there. So I think it's a situation where if we're looking to revive Leeward Islands cricket, I think the prime ministers of the Leeward Islands can definitely get involved and make some sort of contribution.
I think the prime ministers need to do a lot more than talk. They need to put a lot. They need to put their money where their mouth is and really show in terms of the spend at the right places, because I think that a lot of the times the spend is not focused on the area that it needs to be. And I will explain what I mean. Cornwall is beating the batsman outside the line of the off stump, and there's no run. The thing that what I mean is investing in a T20 franchise, or investing in infrastructure for the World Cup, or
it's much more costly.
In the WICB stadium is not helping the local people. because here is that's a good shot. He's on the back foot and ease in this one through the offside for 4. That's a nice looking shot there. Short of a length, and he just on that back foot just eased it between point and cover, and it raced over the outfield into the boundary for 4.
Very good shot by Ian Yuseb. He definitely needs to stay patient and just build in the situation. Look to accumulate the ones and twos along the way and wait for the bad balls to come along and put them away as well.
No. I'm just to finish my point. Those things are important. Yes, it's important to have the franchise if they think that it is. It's important to have the stadia, but it's also important that we develop the area that can produce for those top things.
I think it's a situation as well then more where if we can involve the various businessmen around each country as well. I guess it's a situation where the Prime Minister can say to them, okay, we are looking to raise XYZ amount of money, and if you contribute this amount, we will give you XYZ concessions.
Correct.
When
it's
you bring
not
in your goods.
difficult to do. It's not difficult to do. Tax concessions, for certain big businesses, if they invest heavily in the grassroots of the sport, that would show that you really genuinely want to help what is taking place. And the people, I've always said it, sports people cannot get better if they don't compete against people who are either as good as they are or better than them. They're not going to, and that is also even my argument with the football, where they keep saying, the Antiguan players are not good enough, so they bring in people to flood those teams. Antiguans cannot get better if they don't get a chance to play.
I agree.
That's the only reason only how you're going to improve is if you play and play and play and play and play consistently.
Even when I was around playing cricket for the national team, then more we were playing alongside people like Wilden Cornwall, Sylvester Joseph. Even if I go back to other players like Marley Richards, Aston Richards, Anthony Martin, Gavin Tong, they were playing with the likes of Dave Joseph, Wilden Cornwall, Curtis Hammer Roberts, Ricky Christopher, Chester Joseph, just to name a few. So we definitely need players to be in and around these senior players, learning their craft and moving their cricket along.
Correct. So we're going to have Kadeem Phillip. The end of the over, that score was 36. So we've moved on to 36 for 3. Kadeem Phillip, who came off the field momentarily, probably just for a bathroom break, is back on, and he's going to come from the northern end with his left arm spin. He's coming around the wicket. He's starting with a delivery just about angled on the leg side. The ball balloons into the onside field. Joshua Thomas is quick, no run. So one slip in Raheem Cornwall. Kofi James is at backward point. There is cover on the boundary. Short extra cover. As Cornelius gets a single out to deep cover. Is Benjamin on the cover boundary. Short extra cover in a go, catching in. There is a mid-off, a long on, straightish mid-wicket. A man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And a man at short fine leg.
I think this is a situation where the New Winthorpes batters don't need to get bogged down anymore. I think it's a situation where they need to keep the strike rotating and continue accumulate.
And we've seen a cross-batted shot there from Yuseb, showing a little bit of frustration. Not yet. Because I think that if he had just stood up tall and just played that one into the straightish square leg area, would have gotten an easy single. They're almost taking a suicidal run there, but again, just what we were saying, that one just a little bit away from Kofi James to his right, just enough so that you can take off and get that single, and there's no run. The end of another over has come up at the end of it. 38 for 3, and we see Euseb probably just wanting to change his headgear. Just get a little bit of a refreshment too. It's a warm day, and I'm hoping that the umpires make provision for the players to be refreshed. I know that it says that the refreshments come after what, every hour? But with the heat index that we're having today, I'm begging for leniency.
The umpires certainly have the luxury of adding an additional water break. So it could be every 40 minutes, depending on if you see it fit.
Yep, it's quite warm here today. It's bright sunshine. We're out at Ball Beef, the Winthorpes Lions. So far, they've lost Bartlett Henry, Damon Valentine, and Jermaine Otto. All three back in the pavilion. 38-3 is the total. Kofi James starts, and this looks to be Euseb, who is just playing this one back along the pitch for James to field to his own bowling. No run. One slip, point, short extra cover mid-off, long on. And he's swinging and missing at one outside the line of the off stump. He was going for that expansive stroke.
Certainly missed an opportunity there. Definitely
that
thought
was
that
a little bit flighted from Kofi James.
That ball was there to be hit over extra
that
cover.
Opportunity. James again flighting, and this one just angling in back to the, and there is a little bit of hesitation, almost losing his footing was Ian Euseb, but he's able to get back into his crease safely. So then he has a long on, a deep mid wicket, a short mid on catching, a man forward of square, a man at deep backward square. Outside the line of the off stump, going past the bat of Ian Euseb is Kofi James. Just a stifled appeal at that one, and again, just bringing Euseb forward. Ball slowing up on him and striking him on the pad. James again going past the bat of Ian Euseb into the gloves of Joshua Thomas. No run. End of the over. At the end of it, 38. It's a maiden over to start from Kofi James. 38-3. The total here. A few more spectators have come in to join us. It's good to see. And just a little dig at the World Cup organizers. They have their coolers with them. It's okay.
And other things that will be prohibited at the World Cup.
Other things that will be prohibited. We see an open flame grill happening at the West, where the Liberta Sports Club probably having a barbecue. This delivery, a short delivery, I thought, from Kadim Phillip, not making contact. Asher Murray Cornelius. We watch again, Phillip in, and this time he's going to get a single as he just clips this one down to the long on position. Cornwall, who was standing in that short, straight mid-wicket position, can't stop the ball. So one more to the total, 39-3. Euseb is just trying to give himself room to play this one through the offside, but hits it straight to Kareem Ago at that short extra, that short mid-off position. No run.
Then more, I definitely would like to know the thinking. Well, I know you can't answer the question, but I would have loved to heard it from the new Winthorpes coach. Why Asher Cornelius is in the middle order as opposed to opening the batting.
I think that he's better at the top of the innings.
Yeah. Well,
maybe it's a trust factor that the other batters, those who they've put at the top, I think they probably put Bartlett Henry at the top to try and get them off to a flying start.
Okay.
Hoping for him to be aggressive at the top. Didn't work.
Just an observation. From my perspective, I believe his ability to play slow bowling is a valid reason why he is definitely in there. Because as we can see, at the moment, himself and Ian Yuseb are basically looking to rotate the strike as much as possible.
Correct.
And if you look at the composition of the team or the batters that are left to come, they're basically big hitters in a sense, the likes of Nino Henry and even Siobhan Moore.
Correct. Again, they're going to get another single. They were looking to clip it away, but the ball just taking the edge, and the batsmen were able to come through for a single. The end of that over has come up at the end of it. 42, it has moved on to 42. 42 for 3. Bartlett Henry, Damon Valentine, and Jermaine Otto all back in the pavilion for New Winthrop Lions. So 42 for 3. Murray is on 7. Yuseb is on 8 so far. The partnership is 18 so far of 38 deliveries. Kofi James starts a new over. His first over was a maiden, Kofi James. Batsmen were not unable to get him away. Again, just having the batsman looking to come forward and back and playing this one into the offside field. No run. He's driving in the air but falling short of that fielder at that mid-off position, and it beats the other fielder, Amal Nathaniel, into the boundary, and he gets 4 runs. So 4 runs, Nathaniel doing all the hard work, getting around and then messing it up right at the boundary line. And that one carried for a while in the air. Walsh, I thought, was just a little bit slow in moving. James in with a good delivery, having Yuseb on the back foot, playing this one into the offside field, no run. So Yuseb has gone on to 12, and the total on to 46 for 3. And 46 for 3 it will remain at the end of that over. Kofi James, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs, no wicket. Kadim Phillips, 2 overs so far, has cost him 6 runs. Yuseb is on 12 of 33. And Murray Cornelius on 7 of 14. New Winthrop Lions 46 for 3. So you're watching the ABCA Super40 finals being played here at Ballbeef, Liberta, between New Winthrop Lions and the Liberta Blackhawks, the defending champions. Phillips' new over starts with a single out to the long off region. No run. Just one. They just amble through for that 1 run. This time he's backing away and giving himself room to play it Yuseb, but just hitting it straight to that fielder at that cover position. No run. Kadim Phillip is in again, left arm around the wicket, and this one is coming off the edge of the bat. Finding.
Certainly looking to keep the New Winthrop's batters under pressure, not giving them any easy singles.
Almost, that almost looked like a premeditated defensive stroke. Almost looked as if he was in a defensive stroke before the ball came to him. Was Yuseb. Another flighted delivery. This time nicely worked away down to the onside for a single. 48 for 3. is the total so far.
What do you think a good score will be then, Mo?
Uh,
What do you think a good score will be on this pitch?
Anyway, over 180, I think, could be a competitive score. The outfield doesn't seem to be very fast today, so I think anywhere in the region of 180 to 200 should be competitive, and that should be the target. Anything below that, I think that New Winthorpes would have left a couple of runs, out there. 49 for 3 at the end of that over. So
I think it's worth noting as well how Liberta are using their spinners. You see a ball being hit for 4 by Asher Cornelius.
yeah, that was a poor delivery from Kofi James, just pulling that one down short and given the treatment, hammered away down to backward of square for forward.
And I'm sure you can attest to this then more. They primarily use their spinners from the southern end. Their off spinners, I should say, from the southern end. And they use their leg spinners or the left arm spinners from the northern end.
Correct.
So they're basically forcing you to hit into the breeze, basically.
Correct.
So I think that's something to note.
Kofi James is back with a better delivery. And this is one of the criticisms maybe people have had of Kofi James's bowling. When he's bowling well, he tries something. Almost as if he thinks that he's not being affected. Again, another short delivery, this time not making as much contact, and they're only able to get a single.
Given the nature of the game, then Mo, I don't think he needs to try anything.
That's what I'm saying. The game is progressing along very smoothly. Your team, you've gotten 3 wickets. The team is not scoring at any alarming rate. You just need to have steady bowling. Don't need to try anything. And here we've seen in this over 2 deliveries where he's tried to try something, almost as if he's looking for turn and has pulled it down short. And when he's just allowed the ball to drift, like it has, he's been successful. The end of the over has come up 54 for 3 at the end of over number 14. Yuseb is on 13, Murray Cornelius is on 14.
And I think this is where the experience of a Rakeem Cornwall or even a Kadeem Phillip can come into play. As we see Jimbo having a conversation with him, as I was just saying. It's a situation where he just needs to stay patient, needs to stay with the plan.
I think he's making the same point that we're making to Kofi James, because just from his mannerisms, you could see that he's saying, you don't need to try anything. So, a single to start over number 15. 55 for 3. Delivery right up to Yuseb, and he's able to keep it out.
You can see every opportunity that that is presented to them, then for them to get a single, they take it willingly.
Catch it. Oh,
And he's dropped it.
He's dropped. Hitting it back to Kadeem Phillip, and Phillip didn't take the catch. There were shouts of catch it, and dropped by Kadeem Phillip.
Looked a bit too relaxed there, then more.
He's now getting a single out to deep cover on the boundary. Probably Kadeem Phillip was a little bit too relaxed there on that occasion.
Certainly thought so.
Thought that he had it and put it down in the end. So 56 for 3 it remains. At the end of this over, it's going to be an opportunity for the players to refresh themselves. It's a neat little shot down to the third man. They wanting two, but just getting one in the end. Good work from Kofi James sprinting after that one. So at the end of 15 overs, the score has moved on to 57-3. Let me just give you the scorecard so far. Bartlett Henry was caught Joshua Thomas off Benjamin without scoring. Jermaine Otto was caught Thomas off Benjamin for 13. And Valentine played on, bowled by Benjamin for 1. Not out batsmen, Ian Uzeb on 14, Ashamari Cornelius on 16. Extras so far being 13, 10 wides and 3 leg byes. And the score at the first water break, New Winthorpe Lions being inserted to bat. They're 57-3 in the finals.
And the New Winthorpe's batters just basically need to stay going, then more. I think it's a situation where they need to continue, they need to consolidate, and they need to continue trying to score at least 4 runs over for the next until the next water break, I should say, which would basically bring it to just about 30 overs. And I think from there they can start to show a bit more intent in terms of trying to accumulate more boundaries as they get to the end of their innings.
So we resumed after the refreshment break. James is in attack. Seem to have taken Raheem Cornwall's advice into consideration so far. 2 tight deliveries to start over number 16. They get a single, as this one is just stayed away down to backward point position. Good delivery that by Kofi James. Beating the batsman all ends up. And if you have those kind of deliveries like Kofi James does, I often wonder why you think that you need to try something else. End of the over. 58 for 3 after 16.
Being around Raheem Cornwall, who has such a wide armory, as much variations in his armory that he has, he would want to try a thing or two at some point. But given the nature of the game, then more, it's a limited overs game, and we all know in limited overs game you need to be as tight as possible, and a wicket is a plus.
And every time you bowl a cheap over, you apply pressure to the batting team because they're thinking, that the overs are getting away, we're not scoring, and then they're the ones that will take more risk. Looks to be Kareem Agor who is coming on to bowl. And as he usually does not deliver the first one. Anytime Karima comes into the attack, usually just rolls his shoulders without letting the ball go. Here is it edging past Raheem Cornwall at first, slip down to the boundary. It's coming close. The fielder is going to pull it back just inside of the boundary, and they're able to come back for 2. So first delivery from Kareem Agor, finding the edge, going between Joshua Thomas and Raheem Cornwall. Went very quickly. Don't think Cornwall was down, but that
looked
one
a bit too wide.
Yep.
At first slip.
So another run from Asher in this over. 3 runs so far in the over to him.
I guess Jimbo was thinking the fact that Kareem is a left-arm spinner, he would need to stand a bit wider. But that went very straight.
Had it been in the conventional position, that one would have gone straight into his lap.
Kareem has never been a bowler who spins the ball Denmore. So I think he could have been a bit straighter for him.
And it looks as if Yusef just losing his focus a little bit, playing a couple of loose strokes. Outside the off stump again, Kareem Agor, just one that just bowls a steady line. Here is a driving and caught by Kareem Agor. I thought that he chipped him up there, bowled him a couple of deliveries outside the line of the off stump, then one that angled back in, and Yusef was driving, and this time catch is taken by Kareem Agor. That's the end of Ian Yusef, and the score has moved on to 61 for 4. 61 for 4. Ian Yusef out.
Definitely a wicket. New Winthorpes didn't want to lose at this point in time then more. They were in the period of consolidating and rebuilding the innings.
That's the curse of the break.
Yes. But the New Winthorpes team with the fall of the wicket has to go back to the drawing board again, and they have to try and consolidate and start building another partnership again and take the partnership as deep as possible into the remainder of the New Winthorpes innings.
Would we see Dawood, the number 17, going out? Would you have sent Nino Henry at this stage?
I would, because he can add a bit of impetus to the innings as well. So it's a role that he definitely a twofold role that he can play.
I think give him enough deliveries to bat.
Yes. So I think it's one that the New Winthorpes team definitely could have done in that situation, and given he's the captain as well, what a better time to come and take responsibility and see your team, or to get your team to a good total.
So Ian Yusef making 14 runs off 48 deliveries faced, and the pressure was getting to him. You could see that the dot balls, and I think that is the point that Raheem Cornwall was making to Kofi James, that if you keep bowling the dot balls, you don't need to try anything. the batsman will get frustrated, try to push things along, try to make the up the goings, and it's something that they will make the mistakes. Somebody saying to us on the WhatsApp board, Denmore, they think the businesses already get concessions when they sponsor the teams. But my take to it, WhatsApper, is that it doesn't seem to be something that is interesting them, because half of these teams here are unsponsored. If you understand, and if it was something that was effective, the Winthorpes Lions would not just be named New Winthorpes Lions. They would have somebody that is taking care of them. Cornwall comes into the attack. First delivery, the batsman is looking to try and swing that one somewhere over the mid-wicket region, not making contact, no runs.
I know for a while then more New Winthorpes was sponsored by MedPart many moons ago.
Many moons ago, I remember that too. Cornwall outside the line of the off stump, a second delivery. So they whatever the incentive is, need to be advertised so that businesses know that it's there and it's available, and would be willing to contribute to sport. And Cornwall with a third delivery, very slow delivery. The batsman almost having to wait a minute for that one to come to him. Cornwall quickly back in. This one is flighted and beating the batsman outside the line of the off stump. Asha Murray Cornelius playing down the line of that one. The ball going into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Now I'm unable to see my scorers because I now not only have one umpire that's blocking me, I now have a match referee. These are all the folks that participate in making this cricket happen.
I guess they don't want us to enjoy the view then.
I'm wondering. At the interval, we're going to rearrange the seating arrangements, Here is this delivery again. Can't score. The ball coming off the inner portion of the bat and just bouncing out into the offside. The end of the over, made no overbold by Rakeem Cornwall. The end of it, New Winthorpes Lions, they remain on 61 for 4 at the end of over number 18. Karima goes first delivery to Dawood, just spins past the outer portion of his bat into the gloves of Joshua Thomas, no run. One slip in place for this flighted delivery, and it struck away. It left the bat in the air, but it was clear of Kadeem Phillip at that straight mid-wicket position. That's catching. He has a bat at point, cover is on the boundary, short extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Straightish mid on, I would say catching is Kadeem Phillip, and a man at backward of square in Wilden Cornwall. He's just now brought up the man from long off into the circle and just asked Kadeem Phillip to take a couple of steps back. And here is he swinging and missing at a delivery there, showing some intent there. Ashamari Cornelius, and looking to swing away that one from Karima Gore. And the ball just spinning past his bat into the gloves of Joshua Thomas.
Certainly not the kind of intent that you would want from him at the moment, Denmore. You would want Asha Cornelius to take the to bat as deep as possible into the innings and continue to rotate the strike as much as possible, because he has big hitters in the back end of the innings.
He's again driving straight to the fielder, Amal Nathaniel, at that short extra cover position, no run. Gore is in, and this time he's playing defensively to a quicker delivery, just coming forward, Conventional defensive shot, no run. Outside the line of the off stump from Kareem Agor, and there is no run. The end of the over has come up. At the end of it, the Winthorpes Lions, they've moved on to 62 for 4 at the end of over number 19.
I certainly think, given the current situation as well, his wicket can be the difference between 180, as you said a while ago, and New Winthorpes being bowled out for under 100. So I think it's I think it's very important that Asher Cornelius realizes his importance in this situation and go as deep as possible to allow his team to put a formidable total on the board.
So Dawood is going to face up now to Raheem Cornwall. Cornwall is in, and Dawood is just coming forward. Cornwall not having too much zip on those deliveries, just almost floating them up to the batters. In a little quicker, a little bit more on that one, and the batsman again just playing it up on the inside. Kadeem Phillip, who is almost fielding on the pitch, you can almost say, is there when there is no run. Cornwall, 1, 2, 3 steps, and then delivers. The batsman is backing away, trying to force this one into the offside field. No contact made, no run.
I think Jimbo is reading the situation very well here, Denmore.
Here is he. Oh, that one had a little bit of bounce and turn. The batsman was looking to give himself room. That one bounced and came back at him. No damage done in the end.
I think it's a situation where Jimbo realizes Dawood likes to hit the ball, and the less pace on each delivery, the better it will be for him.
This one going the other way, beating the batsman. So Dawood not reading Raheem Cornwall at all out there today. .62 for 4 in over number 20. Again, this one with bounce and turn, and Dawood is able to defend, and there's no one. Made over by Raheem Cornwall. 62 for 4. The score remains. Dawood is on 1, and Murray Cornelius is on 20. And everybody's listening to our commentary. The umpires are saying that they would like to thank their sponsor, the Antigua Cruise Port, for the sponsorship of the lovely uniform that illuminates us on the field. That's coming in from an umpire. That is going to cost you a shirt. Please send it. I wear XL. This delivery is played quietly back along the pitch for go to field to his own bowling, and there's no run. And looks as if I'm going to have shirts in galore, because now they're telling me Goodies Taxi, the sponsor of the match referees, he's going to be sending my shirt. XL Goodwin. He's hitting this one in the air. Somebody's getting under it and drops the catch. Who is that? Is that Tariq Charles that put that one down? He looked very casual. That one went up in the air from Murray Cornelius, and he came in, should have taken that catch, puts it down, and they get just a run. So
definitely
Blackhawks
not the shot.
A little bit sloppy in the field.
Definitely not the shot you would want to see Murray Cornelius playing at this moment, Denmore.
Certainly not called for at this stage.
The innings at this stage is basically in the balance. and you would want him to go as deep as possible into the innings. I think I can say as well, Denmo, that is why Karima probably brought up the fielder from long on, because he knows that he's going to flight a delivery or two and entice him to have a go.
Yep, that should have been taken at least at this level. At the end of the over has come up. The total 65 for 4. So we've had Karima, we've had Kadeem Phillip, and now it looks to be Tariq Charles who have put down catches.
And Kofi James in the first over as well.
Kofi James as well. Here is this delivery. He's hitting this one hard out to the long on position.
Feeling by Amal Nathaniel.
Single by Amal Nathaniel. Just picking it up and releasing very quickly back to Raheem Cornwall. So one more to Murray Cornelius. Here is this delivery. Striking him on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Not out, says umpire Longley. Was playing across the line of that one. Not sure what might have saved him on that occasion. But umpire not interested. Raheem Cornwall thought that he had his man there on that occasion. A cross-batted shot from Dawood. He's going to get a single as he just nudges this one into the onside field for a run.
I think Dawood needs to be mindful of the quicker delivery as well, then more, because knowing Jimbo over the years, very deceptive bowler, definitely knows what he's doing, so he has to be mindful of that delivery.
Scary Mago continues from the police station end, which is the northern end here at Ball Beef. And that was a poor delivery by Karima Gore and Wilden Cornwall at that backward square position, diving away to his right and making the save.
Looking like a Premier League goalkeeper there, then more.
Saving runs there, certainly Polo.
Hope he's not in too much pain at the moment.
And Kadeem Phillip, in all his exuberance, making a good save and then spoiling it by throwing the ball away, allowing the batsman what should have been just a dot ball to get 2 runs. A little bit of sloppy cricket coming in at stages from the Blackhawks. Let's hope that they're not getting too confident. They're not getting overconfident.
Definitely not the standard I'm accustomed to seeing from the Blackhawks in the field. Dropping something like 3 or 4 catches, throwing away the ball. Definitely not them.
Cornelius looking to, that's Dawood trying to be aggressive. So one from Kareem Magour, missing it outside the line of the off stump. End of the over, 71 for 4. 71 for 4. We've had 23 overs bowled so far. So 17 overs to go. 71 for 4 is the total. So it's been slow going by the men from New Winthorpes, but they've been aided somewhat by the Blackhawks in terms of the number of runs. We've seen 13 extras, and we've also seen a couple of, unforced errors that they would call them. Cornwall continues. He's flighting and hitting this one hard, but straight to Nathaniel, who is at that long on position, and just a single. Cornwall is in, and this delivery again played quietly. Up on the onside, no run.
I find the body language of the Liberta players looking a bit wayward, if I can say wayward then more.
I think there's a little bit of frustration to me. It looks as if the likes of Cornwall and others are not too pleased with the effort that is being put out by some of the players.
You certainly
Knowing Cornwall, I think that he feels like he could send Kadeem Phillip off the field right now.
And you certainly don't want any complacency creeping into your cricket at this moment.
Again, the ball is struck in the air and falling safely from Dawood.
Definitely not a situation you would want to take for granted then more. Because whatever.
This one is on the back foot and hitting this one out into the offside field. They get 2.
As I was saying then more, certainly not a situation you would want to take for granted, because whatever score the New Winthorpes Lions get, the Liberta team very much has to go and get it.
There are runs on the board, so they definitely don't want to take anything at all for granted. Cornwall is in, and they're going to get a single. As there was an opportunity for a run out there. The appeal was by the Blackhawks, and umpire Candice Butler saying that the player would have made his ground. So that's the end of that over, the end of it. The score has moved on to 78. 78 for 4 at the end of over number 24. He's ball him. So, Kadeem Phillip coming back, and is that Murray Cornelius?
Is Murray Cornelius
playing down the wrong line, and his stumps are dislodged. That's the end of Asher Murray Cornelius. He walks back to the pavilion, and New Winthorpes Lions, they're now 78 for 5. 78 for 5 in over number 25.
Definitely not the wicket. New Winthorpes wanted to lose at this moment, Denmore. However, it's a situation where they have to regroup and they have to get as much runs as they can from the remaining overs. As we see Captain Nino Henry striding out to the crease. Definitely a situation where he needs to have his head on at this moment and try to get his team to a very respectable score that will give them a chance of winning their first 40 over title.
And he has time to get in Nino Henry, because we're in the 25th over so he has the better part of 15 overs if he's going to make a difference. And he has been in good form this season, so the Blackhawks would also be wary of that, and they would be hoping that they can get him early as well so he doesn't get off. I think when they played against each other in the preliminary stage, Blackhawks had the Winthorpes Lions in some trouble, and he came in at that with an innings that brought the game home for his team. And so today he's in a different position. He has to time it. He has to try and set a total that he thinks that his team can defend, and we'll see how he gets on. So Kadeem Phillip getting a wicket, and Nino Henry is now out at the crease. So Nino Henry's first delivery has him in a defensive mode. He's just playing the ball back along the pitch for Kadeem Phillip to field. There's no run. I think he needs to take a couple of deliveries just to get his eye in. He's coming forward again defensively. Ball coming off the middle of the bat on that occasion. Going back quickly to Kadeem Phillip. And you know that here in Antigua and Barbuda over the last few days, the talk has been of the World Cup and the prices for vendors and all those kind of other things that came out in the week.
Some people have certainly weighed in on that situation, Denmore.
Yep, folks have weighed in. We've seen price restructures. We've seen all sorts of things. I'm just wanting the World Cup to happen and happen well. End of the over from Kadeem Phillip. At the end of it, the score remains 78 for 5 New Winthorpes Lions at the end of 25 overs. I think always when you have a World Cup, there were some legacy things that happen. I know St. Vincent, they're going to be in a good state after this World Cup. First delivery of Raheem Cornwall's new over, play defensively. They're going to have a newly refurbished stadium. They're going to have new stadium lights, new scoreboard, electronic scoreboard and all of that. So they're going to be in a better position. Our scoreboard, I think, have been replaced and upgraded and in the testing phase. And Cornwall with a very poor delivery.
Very poor indeed.
Struck away by Dawood for 4 over backward square. It was a delivery that he just tossed up into the air. It was one of those kind of deliveries that was really, really, really poor. And Dawood got enough baton to it, gave it a treatment. The ball went over into the deep square leg boundary for 4 runs.
Vital boundary being scored here by Kishan Dawood. Pushing on the score.
3 runs, I call that, by Raheem Cornwall.
I certainly agree.
He's edging past the slip down to the third man region. He should get another boundary, gets 4 more. So, back-to-back boundaries for Dawood, takes the score to 86. 86 for 5. And that's what happens. You bowl a poor delivery, it's put away, and then you bowl a good one. You get a genuine edge, and it still goes away for 4. That's why you have to keep your cricket hard and consistent. Or else, cricket has a way of punishing you. And it is punishing Raheem Cornwall now. Easy flight in, and this one gets past the wicket keeper down the leg side. Yep, an edge. This time going past Joshua Thomas. So 1 more to the total. 87 for 5. If you notice that my voice is a little bit down, it's getting close to the end, and Arsenal doesn't look as if they're going to be champions. It's delivery outside the line of the off stump. Nina Henry washes it into the gloves of Joshua Thomas, and there is no run.
It was expected, Denmore, I must say, given the nature of the Manchester City team and how ruthless they are at home.
And they don't lose. They don't lose to these smaller clubs. They're not like some of the other so-called big clubs in the Premiership. If you follow the English Premier League, Man City don't lose to those smaller clubs.
They very much know how to win when it
matters. So it looks as if the blue side of Manchester is going to be the happier ones this evening. Kadeem Phillip is bowling to Dawood. Dawood just watches one that spins past him into the gloves of the wicket keeper. No run.
Tomorrow won't be a good day for me. Or I should say, anything after 1 o'clock won't be a good time for me. My phone will definitely be blowing up.
So the batsmen, with all the excitement you're hearing, the batsmen are able to complete 3 runs. Because it's 3 runs to Dawood. Phillip to Nino Henry, and Henry just shaping up and then just playing defensively back along the pitch. Karima go fields at that straight mid-wicket position, no run. Outside the line of the off stump from Kadeem Phillip, Nino Henry came forward and just allowed it to go into the gloves of Joshua Thomas, no run.
Liberta players seem unusually flat in the field, then more.
Yep.
I think that's something to note.
Flat in the field. 90 for 5 is the total.
I mean, I think they're very much in control of the game. So even with the current state of the game, to see that's how their body language is in the field is definitely a bit concerning.
It is. Yep. He's out caught. Nina Henry driving, and Karima Go coming across, taking a beautiful catch at that mid-on position. And Candice Butler sends him on his way. Nino Henry cannot believe his luck. Karima Go was put himself in that position for that same stroke. And catch taken. Nino Henry, maybe he can feel that he's unlucky, but it was a good catch taken by Karima Go low down, and the Winthorpes Lions losing their 6th wicket. They're now 90 for 6.
Certainly a good catch, Denmore. But I don't think it's a coincidence. Karima Henry is that straight at mid-wicket, if I can say. I think the pitch is not one that is spinning a lot. So as we see, the crowd is very much up in anger here at the fall of the wicket of Nino Henry. But the point I was making, Denmore, I don't think it's a coincidence, and I think the New Winthorpes players can take a page out of the Liberta Blackhawks book in terms of their field placing whenever they go to field. Because Karima Go being that straight as at mid-wicket is saying to Nino Henry and the other batsmen that the pitch is not really spinning as much as they think it may be spinning. So they're going to try as much as possible to cut out the singles of the ground.
Certainly. So who has come out? Is that Moore?
Siobhan Moore.
Siobhan Moore has come out. Siobhan Moore has come out to join Kishan Dawood. Let me just give you a rundown of the scorecard so far. Henry made naught, Jermaine Otto 13, Valentine 1, Yuseb 14, Moshe Colinas 29. Dawood is not out on 20. Nino Henry didn't score, and Siobhan Moore now coming out to bat. They are on 90 for 6 in over number 28, about to start from Kofi James.
A division of opinions down in front of us, Denmore, as to whether Nino Henry was out or not.
Yeah, there's a big discussion going on. The fans are differing in views. But when we looked at our replay, clean catch. Taken. First delivery from Kofi James in over number 28 as he starts over number 29. Correction, I'm right. Over number 28. Here is this one coming off the edge, going down to a third man position. Dawood gets his 21st run.
Even with the situation that the New Winthorpes Lions are currently in Denmore, I think it's a situation where they need to recognize that they need to at least bat all of the overs, or try to bat at least all of the overs. Correct. Because everyone counts. And as much as we were saying 180 will be a good score on the pitch, even if they manage to get 150, 160, it's still a fighting score.
Still a fighting total, yes. Correct. It's delivery. Moore playing it on the inside, no run. I think some of the fans were saying that it was what we refer to as a bum ball, the ball going on the ground. But to me, it looks as if it was driven cleanly. My only issue would have been if the catch was clean and it was at the umpire's end and she had the decision to make and she raised her finger. Here is this delivery.
Without hesitation as well too, no, so she was pretty certain.
So she was certain. She didn't hesitate at all. She raised her finger immediately once the catch was taken. And so, and whether we argue or not, the decision has already been made. It's not going to change. Here is this delivery from Kofi James, kept a little bit low to Moore. Moore just standing up, playing this one out. 94-6 is the total. $91 for 6 as we've completed 28 overs of this final. It's the ABCA Super40 final. Has been played by P.I.C Liberta Blackhawks and New Winthorpes Lions. Here is this delivery, and he's out leg before. He's given him. Bartlett Henry got a full toss that he missed. The ball striking him on the pad. And Candice Butler raises the index finger. New Winthrop Lions, they've lost their 7th wicket. They're now 91 for 7. And it's Kishanda Wood. I might have said Bartlett Henry, but Bartlett Henry is long gone. Kishanda Wood is leg before wicket for 21 runs off 29 deliveries. And New Winthrop Lions losing their 7th wicket. They're now 91 for 7.
Didn't seem too pleased with that decision by Candice Butler, Kishan Dawood. However, Denmo, I still maintain it's a situation where the New Winthrops players need to remain focused, stick to the game plan, try to bat out the 40 overs and see just how much they can get on the scoreboard. Obviously, they would have wanted to be better off in the situation. However, the runs on the board is the runs on the board, and the Liberta players don't have a choice but to go and get the runs.
Ishmael Peters is the new batter with the number 10 on his back, coming out to join Shavon Moore. So number 9 and number 10 for New Winthrops, they are at the crease, and they now have to think partnership. How do we at least build a little partnership here that we can build a score 130, 140 that is competitive in this encounter.
And Ishmael Peters is certainly a player who has the ability to hold his own with the bat Denmo. So Liberta are very much not out of the woods yet in terms of being in the tail of the New Winthrops batting lineup. The two players at the crease definitely can get them to a respectable total. As we hear the fans, some chanting for Blackhawks, some chanting for New Winthrops. But it's all friendly banter at the end of the day. As we see Karim coming in to bowl to Ishmael, who's back and punching it to cover. Doesn't score.
It's a good first ball up by Ishmael Peters. That one seemed to hit the middle of the bat.
As we see Ishmael Peters playing that delivery back to Kadim Phillip. Kadim Phillip is into bowling to Ishmael Peters. He's hitting it back to the bowler again for no run.
I think after that mishap by Kadim when he threw the ball away, he's tightened up his cricket a whole lot and looks to have gotten back on his game face. So wicket maiden to end over number 29. At the end of it, the New Winthrops Lions, they remain on 91 for 7. 91 for 7 at the end of over number 29. If you're just joining us here in Ball Beef, Bartlett Henry, he made naught. Jermaine Otto, 13. Damon Valentine, 1. Is Ian Uzeb, 14. Ashamori Cornelius, 29. Kishanda Wood, the last to go, was 21. Nina Henry didn't score today. Shavon Moore and Ishmael Peters, they're there yet to score. As the Blackhawks, they have New Winthrops Lions at 91 for 7. Benjamin has 3 wickets so far. 3 wickets as well for Kadim Phillip and a wicket for Kareem Agor so far. Moore is driving at one. The ball went behind the wicket keeper, but he was quick to react, and there's no run. So Shavon Moore doesn't look as if he's going to be pushing around out there. He looks as if he's going to be trying to play his natural attacking game.
Still has a lot of overs.
Kofi James trying something again. It's just what we've been saying. You're bowling good, nothing, and then he tries something out of the blue that just gives away an extra, fires one down the leg side. Not sure what Kofi James is seeing that the others of us don't see. Here is Moore getting one that he's hitting down to a wide third man, and it's going to be pulled back just inside of the boundary. And how many did they get to?
They got 2.
They ran for 2 runs.
I think they could have gotten 3 in that situation.
Needed to be a little bit more aggressive in the running.
Definitely.
He thought that one was going to make it to the boundary. Sort of ambled the second one. He's playing this one straight to the fielder there. 93 for 7.
As we hear Coach Abdel Hughes in the background stressing the importance of batting the 40 overs.
Here is he did this one high and hard for 6. That one is gone. Out of the grounds from Siobhan Moore. It's a big hit. That brings up the 100 for New Winthorpes. It's 100 for 7 at the end of over. With 1 delivery to go in over number 30. 100 for 7.
Definitely a big hit by Siobhan Moore. And I'm quite sure the New Winthorpes camp will be hoping that he bats the 40 overs, because as you saw with that delivery Denmore, he dispatched it out of the ground. So smart cricket from here on in Denmore can get them pretty close to 180, if not in excess.
160, even up to the 180. Because they still have, 11 overs, another 10 overs to go after the next delivery. So still some 60 deliveries to come. And if they think of it in that way, instead of overs, if they think in terms of deliveries, they can still put up a formidable total here for the Blackhawks.
Definitely. And if we can go back to the point you made about Kofi James, he basically looped that ball a while ago. You know, and if you look at when Jimbo was bowling Darwood, I mean, it was a situation where Jimbo understood the batsman that he was bowling to, knowing the type of batsman that Siobhan Moore is. That is certainly not a delivery that you would want to be bowling to Siobhan Moore.
Again, just trying something there. Instead of sticking to what he knows, sticking to what is working, Kofi James just trying to flight one there to
the wrong batter.
To the wrong batter. And he was up to the task. He wasn't having any of it. Made good contact, and as we would say, when we were playing local cricket, he lost the ball. He hit the ball well out of the park, and they've not been able to retrieve it. See the players going and looking, and then they've come back and said to the umpires, that's a lost cause.
He was playing road cricket back in the day. He would probably be out.
Yes, he definitely would be out. road cricket rules were cruel, you know. I remember that we had a rule over here when we played in the complex to my right, that if you hit it over the fence, you're out. So when you were pulling and driving, you have to drive underground, you know. Yeah.
And as harsh it may seem, then more.
I think it helps to build discipline.
Definitely.
It helps you with your discipline.
Definitely.
Understanding
I was just going to say
you know what? This is what. So I need to play the ball on the ground, etc. That kind of thing. Kofi James is going to bowl his final delivery of over number 29, and this one is again just nudged away down to a third man position for 2 runs. So this is a good over so far for the Winthorpes Lions. They have been able to get 11 runs coming from that over. At the end of it, they moved on to 102. 102 for 7.
Still 10 overs to bat Denmore. And I honestly think what happens here will basically set up the game for the new Winthorpes team. How efficient they are as far as scoring the amount of runs that they would want to score in these last 10 overs. He's bowling.
He's bowled. So Peters goes bowled by Kadeem Phillip. Nothing looking shot, and the ball hit the middle stump back. So New Winthorpes losing their 8th wicket. They are now 102 for 8.
Nothing shot by Ishmael Peters as well. I think in this situation he needed to have realized that his importance from here on in would be to be scoring at a runner ball and giving most of the strike to Siobhan Moore. But he went for an expansive drive and he got his center stump hit back.
I was just checking up on the score. It says Man City 3, West Ham 2. I'm hoping against all hope still.
Did you check the score for the Arsenal game?
West Ham would get a
Arsenal are leading 2-1 in the 90th minute. Tommy Yasu.
West Ham would get a late equalizer. It's gone back to 2-1. I don't know if that if something was disallowed. I saw 3-2 earlier. Now I'm seeing it back to say 3-1.
Yeah, the goal overturned by VAR. The goal was overturned by VAR.
Let me tell you, I hate the way that the English Premier League uses VAR. I don't hate VAR in itself, but I hate the way that it is used in England. And I will tell you why. Because the intention of VAR, when I learned it a couple of years ago in training, is for serious referee mistakes, not to referee the game. But we'll get back to that as this delivery from Kadeem Phillip to the new batsman. Who's that new batsman?
Orandel Boston.
Orandel Boston. He's beaten outside the line of the off stump. There's no run. But as with anything, when it gets to England, they always want to put their own spin on it and make a mess of it. And so what you find happening is that they're using VAR to referee the game. So they go back to somebody touched somebody in the build-up and all that. That is not what VAR was intended to do. So what it has done, it has spoiled the game in the English Premier League that they are actually thinking, or they're having a meeting to discuss whether or not they're going to abolish it in total. And the teams are very upset about it. And I think it takes away the way they use it from the beauty of the game. Here is this ball striking him on the pad, and he's given leg before. It looked pretty plumb. It was almost on his toe. I was wondering what took the umpire so long. She thought long and hard about it and then sent it on his way. And so New Winthorpes, they've lost their 9th wicket. They are now 102 for 9.
I didn't see any appeal from the wicketkeeper a while ago, Denmore. It was certainly a lone appeal by Kadeem Phillip.
Kadeem Phillip thought he had him. It looked full. It was a full delivery. I think that's what probably umpire Butler had in her mind, that it was a full delivery and it might have hit him straight on the boot or somewhere like that. Of course, Boston looks bemused as he's coming back, and Otto we see as the final batsman there. 102 for 9. Xavier Otto is the batsman, and he's averaging 4 runs so far this season. So he's not going out there with a lot of expectation, at least based on his average. But I think Shavon Moore would just want him to be able to survive a couple of deliveries and give him an opportunity at the other end to try and put some runs on the board.
I think it's a situation where Shavon Moore needs to take control of the rest of the innings from here on in. Because based on Xavier Otto's average, there isn't a lot to be desired from that.
So Kadeem Phillip is standing. He faces Xavier Otto. 2 slips in place. As he's beaten outside the line of the off stump. One that he saw coming. Kadeem Phillip just flighting it a little bit. Probably turning a little bit too much on that occasion. And was able to beat Xavier Otto. Otto faces as he's driving one through the offside. But they don't take the run as Shavon Moore wants to stay on strike and to have the strike for the next over. The end of the over has come up. It's remaining on 102 for 9. New Winthorpes Lions having been inserted by Liberta Blackhawks. The umpire signaling that it's the water break at the end of this over. I'm learning the umpire signal now, because I saw him waving and put his hand at the mouth, so that must be water break. Kofi James bowling what I thought he got away with a poor delivery, but it's given wide. But I thought Shavon Moore really missed out on meat and drink there just now. Here is James in to Moore, one that he's pulled down a little faster.
Quite sure he's gonna look to hit a few boundaries now.
Moore faces up now to Kofi James. James is a little bit quicker and he's not going to score. Plays this one down to short fine leg position. Gio Benjamin is there, no run. Benjamin has all the mannerisms, even the arm swing of Winston Benjamin. Here is he's driving out to the long on position, refuses the single. So it remains at 102 for 9. James to Moore, and Moore is swinging and edging this one. It's going to get 4. It flies down to the third man position and picks up a boundary. So 4 more to Shavon Moore. The score has gone on to 106 for 9. That one, he was just swinging the bat and the ball took the thick outer portion, flew over the top of slips and down to the third man boundary for 4. James is in to Moore, and Moore is driving back along the pitch for the bowler to field his own bowling. No run. 2 deliveries to go. How many deliveries to go? 2. I see I'm learning the umpire signal. This one is tossed up and he gets the single. So he gives Xavier Otto just 1 delivery to face. No, it was 1. All right, so drinks break is the call, so they're going to have a refreshment, and it gives me just the opportunity to have a run through of the scorecard so far for New Winthorpes Lions' innings. We're going on the trusted ABCA cricket app that has served us so well this season in terms of the information that it has given. Henry made naught this morning. Just if you're just joining us, New Winthorpes Lions, they lost the toss and the Blackhawks inserted the Lions. Bartlett Henry made naught. Jermaine Otto 13, Damon Valentine 1. Ian Uzeb 14, Asher Murray Cornelius 29, Dawood 21. Henry didn't score. Moore is not out on 15. Ishmael Peters is not out, made naught. Randall Boston didn't score. And Otto is not out on naught. 108 for 9 after 32 overs. So they still have 8 overs to go. And it's going to take, Shavon Moore is going to really have to farm the bowling from here on in if he's going to put a score on the board that should pose a challenge to the Liberta Blackhawks. We take a little refreshment break as well. We'll just refresh ourselves and then we'll be back as soon as the resumption. So we have the resumption after the water break. Kareem Agor is back in position. He has spread his fielders on the boundary. And Moore is swinging at one and missing outside the line of the off stump. He has a deep man at mid-wicket. Again, he's swinging and missing outside the line of the off stump. There's a man at cow corner, long on and long off on the boundary. A man at deep extra cover on the boundary. Go is in to Moore outside the line of the off stump. And Moore just watches it into the gloves of Joshua Thomas. No run. He's looking for a quick single there, not on. So he has just one delivery to go in this over. He's trying to steal the strike. He drives it straight to that fielder who was brought in at that short mid-on position and no run. So a maiden over, bowled by Kareem Agor. So it's 108 for 9. So Xavier Otto is now exposed.
Quite sure the New Winthorpes camp will be hoping that he can at least give 4 runs today, because it will be 4 runs to the total.
Yep, they need, the Blackhawks need to be tight though, not allow him to probably just nudge one and steal a single.
Certainly a very aggressive field being employed here by the
I was just
Liberta
about to
Blackhawks.
say.
And he manages to get the single. Yes, he does.
Yes, he was able, and just what they didn't want, that he was able to get one off the edge and steal a single.
I think the mistake made there by the Liberta Blackhawks was they didn't have Kareem Agor at backward point.
Correct.
It was TC Charles at backward point, and the ball went to his left.
He needed to put the right, they say you have to put the right players in the right positions.
Definitely.
He's hit this one right over the top of the side screen for 6. I thought Kofi James took an inordinate amount of time to set his field, and then he bowled one that was straight into the arc of Siobhan Moore, and he hit it over the top of the side screen for 6 runs.
Good shot, nonetheless, by Siobhan Moore.
So 115 it is for 9. He's edging this one for 4 down to a third man position. Kofi James leaking runs here to Siobhan Moore. So a 6 followed by a 4. And just what the Blackhawks didn't want. They stole the single of the first delivery, and that has given Siobhan Moore license to go on the attack against Kofi James. 11 runs so far from this over. So 119 for 9.
Kofi James has gone for 39 runs.
That has been the tail of the tape for him all season. He's been very expensive. Here's he bowling one from around the wicket with a little round arm action. Telling me he's not very confident against
Definitely trying too many things.
Here's again, Moore is hitting this one. Left the bat in the air, but got past Kofi James. And there is she's on 120 now for 9. And they're trying to crowd around Xavier Otto. James is it, and Otto gets runs here, wants the second, and he's coming back for it and gets it in the end. Again, a little bit of slack feeling on the part of the Blackhawks. Thought he got there to the ball and then not been able to get the throw in. So the batsmen were able to come back for the second run. 2 more to the total at the end of that over. The score has moved from 108 to 122 for 9 in
3 valuable runs scored so far by Xavier Otto.
So far for the New Winthorpes team.
Still another 6 overs to go. And with the rate that Siobhan Moore is going, providing that he can bat all 40 overs, it's very possible that the New Winthorpes team can get pretty close to the past score of 180. It's basically all in his hands now, as we see Kareem Agor gets ready to bowl the 35th over.
And another boundary here for Blackhawks. Who is that out there on the bowl? 4 more valuable runs. So Blackhawks leaking some runs here at the end. And Moore is on the go here. This one again, he's hitting this one out of over the long on region. 6 more runs. So very quickly the score has gone up to what? 132 for 9. And these are valuable runs coming at the end here for New Winthorpes Lions.
Definitely valuable runs then more. And again, Siobhan Moore seizing the opportunity to free his arms and hits that one over wide long on for 6. Definitely valuable runs being added at the end of the New Winthorpes innings here, as he moves up to 36 off 28 balls. Certainly being cheered on by the small crowd here, as we see Karima go into him, and he's flashing his bat again at that, and that goes in the region of point on the boundary.
Again, he's hitting this one hard, but didn't take the single. He doesn't necessarily trust Otto to get too many deliveries. Goa is in, and he's again refusing the single as he's sending Otto back. So Goa into Otto, and he's almost dropping that one onto his stump. He's just trying to guide that one off the edge down to a third man position. Survives. And
again,
so the end of the over has come up, and the score has moved on to 132 for 9. Siobhan Moore playing an enterprising inning so far. He's on 36 of 32 deliveries. He's had 3 4s and 3 6s so far in his innings, and it's been clean hitting by him in this inning so far. Xavier Otto is there for the Blackhawks, and I think especially on that onside, if the Blackhawks are going to stop the single, they need somebody very tight in on that leg side who is agile, that can save the single. I think again I see Kadeem Phillip in that position. But I think that's right there is where the single is going to come, right in that forward square, that backward short forward square position by the umpire there.
I don't think so. Extra cover. I think in the region of backward point and extra
Kadim,
cover is where the
Rakim
single is.
Cornwall. So the first delivery going past the bat. And he's hitting this one away down to the backward of square position for 4. So Xavier Otto picking up a boundary of Rakim Cornwall. And again, I think it's a little bit of complacency by Rakim Cornwall, underestimating the batsman, bowling a poor delivery, and rightly put away.
And through the window goes the average of 4, then more, because
Yes,
he moves on to 7.
Window, he's now on 7. He's out caught. He was again looking to go. This one taking the upper part of the bat. It's skied up into the air. And so the New Winthorpes innings has come to an end there. 136 all out. But at least they have something to fight with.
Definitely, then more. As much as they would have liked to get a little bit more on top of what they have, it's a situation where Liberta has to make 137 to win the game. And they themselves cannot be complacent in any shape or form.
They're going to have to go out there and be positive and bat well if they're going to overhaul this 136. So, the end of the innings, let me just tell you, Henry made naught, Otto 13, Valentine 1, Euseb 14, Murray 29, Dawood 21, Nino Henry naught, Shavon Moore was left not out, stranded on 36, Peters made naught, Boston naught, and Otto 7, 136 all out. 3 wickets for Gio Benjamin opening the bowling. A wicket for Kareem Agor and Rakim Cornwall. And 5 wickets for Kadim Phillip with his left arm spinners getting the wickets for the Blackhawks today. Blackhawks, they need 137 for victory in 40 overs when we resume in about 30 minutes or so. Do join us then.
Just want to say pleasant good afternoon to our listeners as we resume commentary of the 40 over final between Liberta and New Winthorpes. New Winthorpes has just taken the field. One ball has been bowled. As we see more into Malik Walsh, who is playing this into the offside, and there's no run. New Winthorpes batted earlier and scored 136, all out in 35.4 overs. Siobhan Moore top scored with 36 off 32 balls. Asha Murray Cornelius got 29 off 52 balls, and Kishan Dawood scored 21 off 30. Bowling for Liberta, Kadeem Phillip got 5 for 15 off 8 overs, and he was supported by Gio Benjamin with 3 for 12 off 4 overs. As we see more running in here to bowl to Malik Walsh, who has a flash at that delivery. Not called a wide by the umpire. That goes into the keeper's glove for no run. 137 is what the Blackhawks need to retain their 40 over championship. I'm quite sure the New Winthorpes camp will have other ideas. So you see more running in here to bowl to Malik Walsh, who has a flash at that again and a miss. Ball goes into the keeper's glove. Thus far, certainly good lines and lengths has been bowled by Siobhan Moore. Berta has not been able to score runners yet. Definitely the kind of start that New Winthorpes would have wanted as far as their bowling effort is concerned. As we see Moore running in and bowling to Malik Walsh. He's forward and defending it into the offside, and there's no run. Here's Moore bowling to Malik Walsh, and he's having a go at that. No contact made. The ball goes into the keeper's glove. Made Nova. Bowled by Siobhan Moore. Score none for none after 1 over. It's definitely a situation where a lot more overs like the first over is needed. As we see Nino Henry getting ready to come into the attack. 136 on the board has already been scored. It's a situation where the Liberta Blackhawks have no choice but to get 137 in order to win this game. As you see Nino Henry running in here to bowl to Kofi James, who drives up to mid-off, manages to get a run. As I welcome alongside. As I welcome alongside me my co-commentator, Earl Richards. Mandela, how are you?
Hey, I mean, Ajay, you know. What's up, my brother?
Doing quite good.
I came out to watch some cricket, but I was put in the hot seat. I was wondering what's going on.
It's nothing that you can't manage.
But it's nice to see you, to see you, man.
Yeah.
You know, it seems to be a pretty good game we have on our hands.
Thus far, the New Winthorpes bowling effort has gone pretty well. 7 balls have been bowled and only 1 run has been scored, as we see an adjustment being made to the field by Nino Henry, bringing the man from short mid-wicket over to short cover. As you see, he runs in here to bowl to Malik Walsh, who is driving up to mid-off. Brilliantly fielded by the fielder, who looks to be Orandel Boston, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Good stroke by Malik Walsh, stroking it up to mid-off. And the batsmen were able to get a single.
I think that's some good cricket all around. Excellent stroke by young Walsh. So a nice pickup by the Fees man there. And a good train. But for me, I think New Winthorpes is about 20-31 short for this finals today.
Definitely. Traditionally, the Liberta pitch has been one way. If you get in excess of 180, you're definitely in with a shout. As we see Nino running here to bowl to Kofi James, who is playing this one up to mid-on.
Well, you never know, as the old saying goes, runs on the board is runs on the board.
Definitely so.
So let's hope and see what play out this afternoon.
Definitely so. It's definitely a situation where the Liberta Blackhawks have no choice but to score 137 or they will lose the game.
What I like about out here, the community, playing cricket community, you always get a good support. So
definitely.
It's very nice this afternoon.
There's Henry's in and bowling to Kofi James, who plays it up to cover. There's no run. That's one of the things I definitely like about the followers of Liberta. It doesn't matter where they're playing, who they're playing. They are always out in their numbers.
That's so true. And you can feel actually stay right here and feel the energy.
Definitely. Very much into the game. Every 4, every 6, every wicket. They're clapping, they're blowing their horns. Just the kind of atmosphere that you would want to be in. As Nino Henry runs in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is punching this just forward of point. Manages to get a run.
I must say that the outfield looking pretty decent. I must say kudos to Flipper and his ground staff. Looking really nice, the outfield.
Which has been playing very good as well. Nino Henry runs in here to bowl to Malik Walsh, who is back and defending. There's no run. End of the second over. Liberta Blackhawks are 3 without loss, looking to score 137 in order to retain their 40-over championship.
And I think that's a pretty decent over by Nino a while ago. You know, looking very, very, very good. And I think he has been mono wickets for the season so far.
Yes, that over definitely offered good support from the first over that Siobhan Moore bowled. And I'm quite certain they would have their plans in place for each of the batters, and they would look to restrict them as much as they can as they try to upset the apple cart, if I can say.
That's true.
In terms of the norm of Liberta winning.
And if Winthorpes do pull off this victory, it'd be a real big upset.
Definitely. Definitely. Because man for man, if you match up the teams, Liberta definitely has the better team. But, you know, on a final, it's what you do during the game that determines if you win. Siobhan Moore is into Kofi James, who is defending back up the wicket. Fielded by the bowler. There's no run.
I see Kofi James look solid like a rock down there a while ago. You saw him make his name on a bad face a while ago.
I know for sure they would want him to be solid today, knowing what's at stake. Definitely a good player. One who has been around. Played regional cricket as recent as this season. As we see Siobhan Moore runs in to bowl to Kofi James, who is hitting this uppishly back down the wicket to mid-off. There's no run.
Sound like he got a commentator curse a while ago. That was a faulty shot a while ago by Kofi James, trying to force the ball. Not there for the shot.
Definitely. And a player of his experience, you know, even though he's an aggressive player, you would want to you would want him to give himself as much time as possible, you know, at the wicket. As we see Moore running in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is bowling short, and that's pulled away forward of square and into the boundary for 4.
That was a hit me delivery a while ago by Shamar Moore. Not too sure why he tried to change it up a while ago. The 2 ball he bowled before was pretty decent and a good length, and decided to try something and get the treatment he deserved.
I definitely agree with you, Mandela. Very short, nothing delivery bowled by Siobhan Moore and was put away by Kofi James for 4. Score moves on to 7 without loss. 7 without loss of 2.3 overs.
Yeah.
As we see an adjustment in the field.
And now see the captain put in a deep backward square for that shot. I'm not too sure that the game plan. He's telling ball to bowl short again.
I'm not in agreement with that adjustment. As we see Siobhan Moore running in here to bowl to Kofi James, who plays it up the mid wicket. The ball is fielded by, looks like Damon Valentine. There's no run.
And that's a much better delivery there.
I definitely think so.
That's all work required now. You know, just try to find a spot and stick to that spot, stick to the right areas.
I think the nature of this pitch, Mandela, is one way you have to play as straight as possible. So I think stopping the runs up the wicket will definitely be key here for the new Winthorpes team. As we see more runs in here and bowls to Kofi. He's back and defending. There's no run. Even when the Liberta team was fielding, you could have almost seen that it was a situation where they were employing fields that basically were forcing the batsmen to play up in front because they know the nature of the pitch is not one that's spinning.
Right.
So they're going to look to play straight, and in playing straight, they will be playing directly to the fielder. So in order to score, they would have to try something out of the ordinary. As we see Siobhan Moore running in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is flicking, and it is out of the reach of Asha Cornelius at mid-on. And it goes into the boundary for 4. Definitely a chance there.
Yeah, for me, from my vantage point here, I think the fielder judged the flight of that ball there a while ago. Because feeling that at that position there, you should look into. I was looking for the catch. And I think if you just take a step to his right, could easily take that home.
Not the most athletic fielder, per se. I think if it was a more athletic fielder there, like a Nino Henry, maybe an Ian Yuseb, they probably would have gotten to the ball. That's the end of the over. It's 11 without loss of 3 overs.
And I see Coach Abdi looking over, looking a bit concerned.
I don't think so. I think he looks fairly relaxed. I know he would have set up his team as best as he could, given the situation, to give them the best chance of winning. As we see Nino Henry running in here to bowl to Malik Walsh, who is back and defending to backward point. Fielded by Kishan Dawood, and there's no run. As I was saying, Mandela, I think Coach Hughes would have done all that he could in order to set up his team as best as possible for this game.
And with such a small total, you don't need to play in any hurry. Ones and twos.
Agreed.
Until you get the feel of the wicket.
As Nino Henry runs in here to bowl to Malik Walsh, who is playing this one up to mid-on. He gets a run. Basically, what is expected in this situation, as you were quite rightly saying, Mandela, ones and twos definitely can win this game for Liberta.
Very easily. I think this is the 4th over.
Yes, this is the 4th over. Score is 12.
So just good common sense batting, applying themselves, and they should take it home.
Henry runs in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is hitting this over mid-on. And it goes all the way for 6 runs. Very good shot by Kofi James.
Yeah, that's an excellent pickup there. right into the slot, and he got what is deserved, full treatment.
I think so. I think Nino Henry missed his length there a while ago, and quite rightfully dispatched by Kofi James for 6 runs, as he moves on to 16 from 11 balls, hitting 2 4s and a 6 thus far. That shot certainly has brought the crowd to life a bit.
Yes, the energy is up.
Certainly the Liberta Blackhawks supporters up in arms, blowing their horns, waving their flags in anticipation of a victory here. Let's see what happens as Nino Henry runs in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is bowling short, and he is edging that past the keeper. And he's getting a second run. Ooh, could the keeper have gotten to that, Mandela? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think, well, you former keeper, that would be easy for you, right? that would be easy catch.
It certainly looked a bit close, so it looked like he could have gotten there, but
it seemed, for me, it seemed like Bartlett didn't even make an effort.
No, he didn't
make an effort. Because as a keeper, you don't have no slips there, so you have to cover between some first slip there.
Definitely had to look to get there. As you see Nino running here to bowl to Kofi James, who leaves that alone, taken by B.J. Henry.
So we can see those are 2 close chances last over before and now this over here. Could easily be 14 for 2.
Those are the half chances that you definitely need to take in order to stay in the game.
Especially in a big game like this. Finals we're talking.
However, the opportunity has gone. One that they have to put behind of them. 20 without loss after 3.5 overs, as we see Nino Henry running in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is short and hitting this one over deep backward square, and that has gone into the boundary for 4.
That was a polling line delivery by Nino a while ago. Not too sure what he was trying to achieve with that.
Definitely losing their way somewhat. Score now moves on to 24 or 4 overs, and those are the type of deliveries that they would definitely want to keep out of the game. Minimize the boundary hitting as much as possible. Force the Liberta players to accumulate 1s and 2s, a lot of 1s and 2s along the way, in order to win this game.
Yeah, that's so true. Definitely need to keep it tight because, as I said, you have a small total to defend, and the less boundary you restrict them to, the better chances you stand to make a tight game.
Yep, I'm definitely in agreement with you, Mandela. As we see a conversation between the 2 seniors, Nino Henry and Siobhan Moore. Not quite sure what the topic is. Liberta firmly in control here. 24 without loss after 4 overs. As we see the deep backward square fielder.
I see he's still pushing the man back deep behind
in his position. Moore is into bowl to Malik Walsh, who is playing this one back up the wicket to the bowler, and there's no run.
Malik Walsh seems pretty organized at the crease. So far, I like what I'm seeing.
He's normally an organized player, so you would hope that he would stay organized for the sake of the Liberta team in order to get them over the line. Moore is into bowl to Walsh, who is flicking. There's a loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Leg by is the signal.
I'm not too sure what the bowler was appealing for. From my vantage point, let's say that ball was heading way down leg side.
Certainly looks so.
So
I'm in agreement with you.
Unless he thought it was umpire Chris behind the stumps.
As the score moves on to 25 without loss after 4.2 overs, as Kofi James does a bit of gardening.
Well, that's a low blow for my body, Chris. He was a very good umpire in my playing days. And
Moore runs away from us into bowl to Kofi James, who is back and playing this into the offside. Fielded by Kishan Dawood, and there's no run.
What I would like to see though is the bowlers just trying to stick it to one areas and keep the ball there and not trying too much stuff.
They definitely should, because it's the kind of discipline that they need in order to bring them wickets. And I think staying in those areas will build some sort of pressure, or bring some sort of pressure on the Liberta batters, knowing fully well that they like to play their shots. As we see Moore running here to bowl to Kofi James, who is back and punching this into the offside. Fielded by Ian Yuseb, and there's no run.
Yeah, just like that, sticking the areas there. Build pressure.
Yeah.
Once you build pressure, things can happen.
Last 2 deliveries have been in very good areas. Sort of deliveries that, Siobhan Moore and the other bowlers would basically like to be bowling throughout the innings. As you see him running in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is hitting that one down to mid-off. Well fielded by Nino Henry.
That's now
No
3 dot balls now.
Yep. 3 dot balls in the over thus far. Kofi James on 22 off 17 balls. Malik Walsh only 2 runs off 12 balls. Scored 25 without loss after 4.5 overs. As Siobhan Moore runs away and bowls to Kofi James, who is back and hitting this into the offside. Didn't hit the bat. Didn't hit it properly. Fielded by Ian Yuseb at extra cover, and there's no run. And at the end of the over, it's 25 without loss.
And that was a pretty decent over by Moore.
Definitely.
And that's what you want after that over from Nino that went for, I think, 10 runs?
Definitely.
And it's a good comeback by the Winthorpes Lions. And as we say, just need to build pressure. Once they build pressure, anything is possible.
Definitely. They would want to be bowling in the right areas and sustaining bowling in the right areas as well. Challenge the outside edge.
And I get the feeling that once you put pressure on Kofi, he seems to like to play a lot of shots. When I put pressure on him, he tends to lose his way.
He's an integral part of the Liberta batting, so getting Kofi James back in the pavilion as soon as possible will definitely put some life into the New Winthorpes innings. But here we see Nino Henry into bowl to Malik Walsh, who is back and defending up to extra cover. Kofi James is definitely formidable play in the Liberta batting lineup, and I think he basically looks to set the tone going forward. So the cheaper they can get him out, the better it will be for New Winthorpes.
That's so true.
As Henry is in, bowling to Malik Walsh, who is cutting at this. Goes down to third man, fielded by Siobhan Moore. Batters managed to get a run.
I like the way how Nino started this over. I hope he can maintain this consistency and not try too much things. I think that's the challenge. Yeah, we're trying too much.
Definitely. As we enjoy the scenery here at Ball Beef in Liberta. Very hot, sunny day for cricket. As Nina runs in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is hitting this forward of square, and that runs into the boundary for 4. Definitely not the type of delivery Nina Henry should be looking to bowl to Kofi James. Definitely would want to be hitting those good lengths. And he basically bowled a nothing ball a while ago, and that was
like equally
dispatched
he's
before.
just trying too much. Just sticking one area, and let the batsman force the shot. But he does, as I say, give him nothing balls.
Yeah, it's almost as if Kofi James is expecting the short ball.
That's right.
As Henry runs in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is back and defending. Much better ball. Fends it up to Jermaine Otto at extra cover, and there's no run. As I was saying, Mandela, it's almost as if Kofi James is expecting them to bowl short at him. And on both occasions where he was bowl short, well, on the 3 occasions he was bowl short, he put away each of those balls for 4.
Exactly. I'm not too sure if they have a personal war going on. So
I would believe so.
Yeah, he knows that he want to come at him.
I would believe so. As Henry runs in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is forward and defending up to extra cover. No run. And definitely there will be little battles within the battle. Nino Henry, who plays for the national team alongside Kofi James. So I'm quite sure Kofi James would not want Nino Henry to get his wicket, because he won't hear the end of it. Almost reminded me of my playing days when I played against certain players. As Nino Henry runs in here to bowl to Kofi James, who is hitting this one through wide mid-on, and it runs away into the boundary for 4. Ian Yoseb probably in with a chance there, straight mid-wicket. He didn't make an effort to go to the ball, and the ball went away into the boundary for 4. At the end of the 6th over, it's 34 without loss. Kofi James on 30, and Malik Walsh on 3.
I see Kofi trying to get on top of Nino. That shot, it tug from outside the half stump through mid-wicket for 4. You know?
Thus far, Siobhan Henry, 3 overs, 2 maiden, 8 runs, no wicket. And Nino Henry, 3 overs, no maiden, 25 runs, no wicket.
That's going for at 8 over.
Yeah, just about a touch over 8 over.
I think now you should look at making a bowling change from the top end.
I expect it. And I don't think anything is wrong for him to come out of the attack for a little while. His first spell didn't go according to plan. Or his first set of overs, I should say, haven't gone to plan. As we see more running in here to bowl to Malik Walsh, who is back and defending. Up to cover, no run.
Malik Walsh looked very solid in defense there a while ago. You know, I like what he's doing, not playing any rush shot.
Definitely,
you know,
he's basically supporting Kofi James.
Right, and that's what you want.
Yep.
You know, you want somebody to stay there and give the support. One next batter take to the bowlers.
Definitely. Certainly playing his role here, Malik Walsh. As more runs in to bowl to Malik Walsh, who is forward and driving through the covers very elegantly. This one run pretty close to the boundary, and it gets into the boundary for 4. Very good stroke by Malik Walsh. Full delivery by Siobhan Moore, and Walsh just stepped into that and stroked it through extra cover and into the boundary for 4.
And that was an elegant, classical stroke a while ago from Malik Walsh.
Very elegant cover drive by Malik Walsh. And score moves on to 38 without loss.
And that's why I come to the park to see. You pay any amount of money to see a shot like that. Excellent shot.
The neutrals definitely will want to see good cricket. I know the fans of each team will want their team to win, certainly. As we see more running in here to bowl to Walsh, who is back and defending into the mid-wicket region. And there's no run. The neutrals definitely, Mandela, would want to see good cricket.
Right.
Because they don't have a favorite team in the fight. However, the New Winthorpes team, well, the New Winthorpes supporters and the Liberta supporters will beg to differ. They will all want it in favor of their team.
That's so true.
As more runs in to bowl to Malik Walsh, who is driving to Ian Yuseb at cover, short cover. There's no run.
I like to see this young Walsh, you know.
Played for the national team last year.
I just hope and get a bit stronger, get more mentally tough, and I think he have a long way to go in this cricket.
Yep, there's certainly a lot of good young players around. Michael Graves being one, Joel Andrew, just to name a few. As we see more runs in here to bowl to Walsh, who is flicking this down the leg side. That seems as though it will run pretty close to the boundary, and it goes into the fine leg boundary for 4. Certainly not a good delivery by Siobhan Moore.
I think he was trying to bowl a slow one for me and lose control.
Definitely. The score moves on to 42 without loss. As Walsh moves on to 11 from 19 deliveries. Kofi James at the other end, 30 off 22 deliveries. The overall score, 42 without loss after 6.5 overs. As we see more running in to bowl to Malik Walsh, who is back and defending.
Was solid in defense a while ago. Very solid.
Brings the over to an end. After 7 overs, it's 42 without loss.
Pretty decent over for the Blackhawks. I think they got, what, 8 runs out this over?
They did, 8 runs.
So, very good start for the Blackhawks. Looks like, say, going to be an easy victory.
Based on how they're playing thus far, it looks that way. Because they are, well, as on the part of Malik Walsh, he's not really taking any risk per se. He's just playing what he sees.
Right.
Kofi James, on the other hand, now is far more aggressive. And that is basically the nature of his game. The only thing you would want Kofi James to do is to temper some of the aggression.
And not only that, it's just to stay to the end, because he's already in now.
Definitely.
So you don't want a new batter to come to the
Definitely. Still a fair bit of a way to go. And it's a situation where you would want the Liberta batters to remain out in the wicket and see it through, because there's no guarantee that the batters to come will score the runs.
And as you know, in cricket, when you have a new batter, you have to start from scratch again,
Definitely.
get accustomed to the pitch and stuff like that.
Definitely.
They already know accustomed to the bongs of the pitch. So just stay there and you like and just bat and bat.
Definitely. Definitely a game of glorious uncertainties. Certainly the Liberta batters, or the Liberta camp I should say, wouldn't want complacency to creep in here. Being 42 without loss after 7, as we see Ishmael Peters coming into the attack as he runs in and bowls to Kofi James, who is flicking this forward of square. It will bounce 1, 2, 3, 4 times and into the boundary for 4. So even though there's a change of bowler from the northern end, Mandela, the first ball has gone for 4.
I think Peters lost his way a while ago, because it looked like Christmas came early for Kofi a while ago. That was a nothing ball. He could hit the ball any way you want.
Yeah.
You know, that's a poor start by Peters. Let's see what he does next delivery.
As he runs in here to bowl to Kofi James, who's having a go at that again. Not making any contact. Being taken by the wicketkeeper. I certainly don't like the energy of the New Winthorpes players. It's almost as if they have given up.
Yeah, I picked that up the last over. They were pretty flat. You know,
it's almost as if they have given up the fight already, and they will be advised to fight to the end.
For me, I was thinking, why didn't they bring on a slower bowler? You know, try something, a slower bowler, instead of going with medium pace again.
And knowing the Liberta players, they enjoy batting pacers up front, especially the likes of Kofi James.
But let's see.
We see an adjustment in the field. Jermaine Otto coming into first slip, and the fielder at mid-wicket coming over to short cover. Not quite sure who he is. We'll get his name in a moment, as Kofi James is back and slashing this one down to third man. Fielded by Siobhan Moore. And it's a no ball as well. So it's a free hit.
You're getting from bad to worse.
Definitely. New Winthorpes definitely losing their way here somewhat, as the score moves on to 46 without loss after 7.2 overs.
So let's see what they do with this free hit.
Malik Walsh is on strike for the free hit. As we see Peters runs in here to bowl to Walsh, who has a hit back down the ground, and that goes into the boundary for 4.
I just like to see this young Walsh. Something about this young Walsh is just he ticking all the boxes for me so far.
As I said earlier, has always been a good player, always been an organized player. Managed to make the national team last year. Didn't get much of an opportunity in the Leeward Islands 3-day tournament. I think he got a game or 2, but he didn't score any runs per se.
Well, I'm pray the people that around this cricket can see talent, because definitely this is a guy that you need to work with.
Definitely. As Peters runs in here to bowl to Malik Walsh, who is flicking this through the mid-wicket region. They went for 1. They're looking for the second, as he's sent back by Kofi James. As you were saying, Mandela, you hope the powers that be, will see people like a Malik Walsh and so forth, and basically point them in the right direction.
Most definitely. You know,
He's just one of many players around. I mean, I can't speak for the other territories, but I definitely can speak for Antigua and say there's an abundance of talent here, as we see Peters bowls to. Oh, he makes a complete hash of it. Oh my. That is Orandel Boston at mid-off.
it just sum up the kind of feeling that
Oh,
you were just
wow.
having out there. That was a poorly judged catch once more again. You know,
It was a delivery that was full to Kofi James, and he had a go at it, and the ball spooned up into the air at mid-off. Orandel Boston, being a fading, capable fielder, made a complete mess of that opportunity. As Peters runs into bowl to Kofi James, who defends this ball into the offside, and there's no run.
for me, players like Kofi have a date or something. I'm not too sure why he tried to done these runs in 15 overs.
Well, that's the nature of his game, Mandela. That's how he plays.
You know?
Well, certainly at this level, because I have seen him at the 40 level, and he definitely doesn't play like that. So,
nothing wrong with being aggressive, but you mix aggression with common sense batting.
I agree.
You know? And Young Waj
I agree.
going good guns, so no need to play that shot a while when it's over.
Definitely
You're not
agree.
behind the 8 ball at all.
Yeah. It's something that he has to be mindful of. I guess he figures because it's the local level, he doesn't need to apply any sort of common sense to the situation. I guess so. I don't know, because when he's playing for the Leeward Islands, he looks a shade of what we're seeing now.
But as I love to tell youngsters, don't care what level you're playing, you still apply the same kind of common sense. You never know who's watching.
Yep.
You know, it's
Definitely
up to
don't know
someone might
who's
come and
watching
see
as
you.
well.
Unlike what they're seeing. So it's
Definitely.
important that you play positive.
As we see Orandel Boston coming into the attack here. Has played 9 matches and gotten 16 wickets at an economy rate of 3.05, with his best being 4 for 27. Liberta, 55 without loss after 8. As Boston is in to Malik Walsh, who is back and cutting the ball to backward point. There's no run. Kofi James, 37 off 27 balls. Malik Walsh, 16 off 23. The Blackhawks, just about halfway there. As Malik Walsh is forward, and is getting an easy single to the cover region.
And see what Young Waj play that so easily in the offside where I go for easy single.
Definitely. Looks like a player who understands the situation, Mandela, and is playing accordingly. Not trying to do more than his partner in Kofi James.
Right. I wonder, like, he's playing with the occasion, you know. He's no smart out on the board. Your head is scoring rate already, so no need to any rush shot. Just play the ball in the merit.
Definitely.
And once we come.
Definitely. As Kofi James has a look around the field, he settles over his bat. As Boston comes in to bowl to James, and James is back and cutting. Not a delivery he could have played. Wide signal by the umpire. Score moves up to 57.
Now that's a tough call for me by the umpire.
I think so.
Yeah.
I definitely think so, but we're not in the middle. Umpire is very much in control of the game. As Boston is in to bowl to Kofi James, who is back and cutting to Ian Yuseb at cover. There's no run. Certainly the premier bowler in operation here. Boston is into Kofi James, who is back and punching this one back up the pitch, fielded by Boston. There's no run.
So far, Boston looking like he pick a line right early. Let's see.
Boston is into Kofi James, who's defending it into the offside, looking for a run. Sent back by his partner Walsh. Score 57 without loss after 8.5 overs. As the fans, or some of the fans chant, "Come on, Blackhawks." As they urge their team on. Here's Boston into ball to Kofi James. Kofi James is back and cutting down to the fielder at backward point. On the boundary. Manages to get a run.
That was a decent over by Boston a while, but for me, I would like to give the ball a little bit more air, and see those batters can dance.
Maybe he knows that all depends on who is on strike.
Okay.
Because if he gives Kofi James a bit of air, we know Kofi James won't hesitate to hit him for 6. So I think that can be something that he can look to try to Malik Walsh in order to try and deceive him. But as far as Kofi James is concerned, that's a different ball game altogether.
Well, I think that 2 runs from Nova a while ago?
Yep. 3.
3 runs. So not a bad start.
As a score, it's 58 without loss after 9 overs. Blackhawks in the driver's seat. Thus far. Ishmael Peters runs in and bowl to Kofi James, who is cutting this one behind point, and it runs away into the boundary for 4.
That was a loose delivery a while ago, but excellent shot. Got the
losing their way somewhat, the New Winthorpes players. That was a poor delivery from Ishmael Peters. Short, wide, and equally put away by Kofi James for 4. As he races up to 42.
Seems like the Lions are stopped roaring.
They're toothless at the moment. As Kofi James races up to 42 of 32 deliveries. Score moves on to 62 without loss.
I know now the Hawks start hawking.
Peters is into ball to Kofi James, who is forward and playing this one down to third man. Walsh and James almost having a mix-up there.
Looked like Kofi wanted to.
He surely wanted to, but
not sure why he wanted to.
Quite rightfully sent back by Walsh.
You know, at this stage you don't want to run out.
Yep.
Especially when it's so far ahead of the game.
They're the 2 batters on the job, so they might as well get the job over with. As Peters runs away to bowl to Walsh. He flicks it to short fine leg. Batsman managed to get a run. It's a situation where both players are on the job and they will be advised to bring it home, Mandela, because stranger things have happened in cricket.
And that's so
one
true.
wicket changes the whole complex of the game. Then 2 becomes 3, 3 becomes 4. And all of a sudden, the pressure is on the Liberta team.
And the nice thing about this, if those 2 batters stay out there and bring it home for Liberta, it'd be a real humiliating defeat for the Lions.
Very much so.
And that's what they should be aimed to do. Try and bring it home without losing a wicket.
Very much so.
You know? And not only that, it will send a strong message to the whole Antigua public that Liberta is definitely a team to be reckoned with.
I think they have been sending that message for quite a while now, so it's not something that we have not been accustomed to. You know, so it's up to the other teams now to improve and measure up as far as competing with Liberta is concerned. As we see Peters running here, and Kofi James is cutting this one down behind point. Manages to get a run. I think it's a situation where the teams need to do their homework and understand that, okay, it may not be next year, it may not be the year after. It may be 3, 4, 5 years down the road where we will look to build our team, put our foundations in place, and then we can think about competing later down. As you see, Peters is into
That's so true.
Walsh, who's back and defending into the cover region. Quite certainly, Mandela, I think over the years we have seen the Liberta team bring to their youngsters, Kareem Agor, Raheem Cornwall, Akadim Phillip. You know, they basically have gotten most of the older players out, and they have given the younger players time to learn their craft, and now they're reaping the fruits of from the situation.
What's important too, as you just alluded to, is a practice session and stuff. It's important that you practice. So the more you practice, the more you improve your weak areas.
And it's definitely important that you practice how you want to play as well.
Right. And things that one thing Liberta Blackhawks have about teams. Most teams not practice on a regular as they should.
There's structure.
And work on weak areas. And the structure is so strong.
As we see Boston in here to bowl to Kofi James, who doesn't play a shot. The ball is collected by the keeper and there's no run. That is definitely one of the things that I must say I admire about the Liberta team. There is structure. As we see Boston in here to bowl to Kofi James, who flicks this up to, or I should say drive this up to the field at long on. Manages to get a run.
Yeah, I just like to see a bit more flight in Boston. You know, let's see what the batters, how the batters look up a bit. You know, I'm going too flat for my liking.
I guess as he edges this one down to the third man region, as the ball stops just within the boundary, the batsman managed to get two. I don't think it's a situation where he's trying to deceive Kofi James in flight per se. I think he's mindful of who he's bowling to and what exactly he needs to do. So let us see how he faces off against Walsh, as he bowls to Walsh, who is playing this one back up the pitch to Orandel Boston. There's no run. 68 without loss after 10.4 overs, as we see Boston into bowl to Walsh, who is flicking this into the backward square region. And just comes through for an easy single.
And I like as I say, I like how Walsh is batting, you know, taking his time, looking to pace the gap, not trying to play anything too fancy or too rash. And that's what I want to see in a youngster.
Definitely.
And as he matures and he get older, you know.
Kofi James is back and cutting this one into the offside. Doesn't manage to get a run. After 11 overs, the score is 69 without loss. Kofi James on 45. Malik Walsh on 21.
So pretty good going by the Blackhawks. You know, making a meal of this total by the Lions. And for me, the Lions are like they gave up already. They're very flat.
They certainly look so.
You know,
the body language of the players in the field is definitely not a good look.
Yeah, they're not roaring at all. I see Coach Abdel walking around the field. I guess he's trying to get them pumped up.
Yep, as he quite rightly should, because he knows the importance of what is at stake.
And two, I think this is the first time they finals for the last 5 years for Lions. The last 5 years.
I think it's more
than 5 years.
A lot more than that. The last championship I remember New Winthorpes winning was T20. Before it was cool and smooth.
Okay, so that's been a while.
That's quite a long time ago. So I can't even say it's familiar ground for them in a sense, because it probably has been well over 10 years.
Right.
So it's a start. They managed to make it this far by playing good cricket, so they would need to try and remember exactly what they did in order to get here and build from there. As we see Ian Yuseb coming into bowl to Malik Walsh, who places ball up to the field at cover and doesn't manage to get a run. Ian Yuseb has played 9 matches, gotten 6 wickets at an economy rate of 3.58, with his best being 3 for 22. As he comes into bowl to Malik Walsh, who is back and cutting. There's a loud appeal, and he's given out. He's given out, caught behind by umpire Butler. Pretty naughty shot there by Malik Walsh as he goes for 21. And Yuseb strikes the first blow for New Winthorpes. Mandela.
And that ball was too close for that shot a while ago, you know. And but a pretty distant start, you say, by the youngster Yuseb, you know.
From our vantage point, it certainly looked like it was too close.
Yeah.
And he managed to dab it into the keeper's glove, who gleefully accepted the catch.
So I want to believe that the walk on by Coach Abdel Hughes earn a wicket.
It probably did. Probably did. He's just urging his players on in order to get the best out of them. As we see, definitely one of the players of the season from a Liberta perspective in Michael Graves striding out to the wicket. Definitely a player I would want to see be given the opportunity at the national level.
Young Braves.
I think he has had a wonderful season. However, there's quite a lot of uncertainty around as far as the staging of the Leeward Island tournament is concerned, for whatever reason.
I thought they said it was supposed to happen next month, in June. Not happening again?
I don't think they'll be having it again.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
Because that's what I was told.
But with players like Michael Graves coming on the scene, you know, to always have the excuse of not having a tournament, what is going to become of his cricket?
And I certainly agree with you wholeheartedly, because when you play these local tournaments, you want to look in field the national team and play against St. Kitts and Nevis and stuff like that to compete for a spot and leave it on the side. Instead of going and battering and say pick 2 for Munster.
Definitely.
You know, it's not good for cricket at all.
Definitely.
And not good for the youngsters.
Definitely.
You know, so I hope the powers that be are listening so they can really do something about it.
Definitely.
Because I have some hidden talent that need to be exposed. You know.
I think as far as the longer version is concerned, I think he's definitely a player who can serve Antigua and Leeward Islands very well. I've always been a person who has admired his patience. It's not something that you see in quite a lot of players.
Right.
As he comes forward and makes an attempt to drive this ball up to long on, but manages to get it to extra cover.
One thing I like about this bowler so far, he seemed very confident. Just the way he walked back to his mark and stuff.
Here's Yuseb into Michael Graves, as he has a go at it and he misses, not cleanly collected by the keeper. Very much an out of character shot by Michael Graves. As we see Yuseb comes in here, bowls to Michael Graves, who leaves this ball alone, not cleanly collected by the wicket keeper.
I like this over from Yusef for a while. I love this over. I like what I'm seeing.
That ball brings the over to an end. It's 69 for 1 after 12 overs.
I didn't think the score anyone's have this over. They scored anyone's have.
They didn't.
That's all that wicket maiden.
So it's a wicket maiden for Ian Yuseb. And the score is 69 for 1 after 12 overs. Kofi James on 45. And Michael Graves yet to get off the mark.
And I'm sure the people back home in Winthorpes who are listening might be asking, where was the bowler before? Why now they introduced him to the attack?
Ian Yuseb is certainly a bowler who at some point in the innings would have come into bowl. So I guess the captain thought things not going well for him and Ishmael, that time would have been the right time to bring him in. As we see Boston coming in here to bowl to Kofi James, who flicks this up to the long on fielder and goes through for a single.
What I like to see Skipper Nino do now is to put some more thought process in the way he set the field and stuff like that, and put some pressure on the new batsman, because you can't just relax now and expect things will happen. You have to make things happen.
Definitely. As I was saying a while ago, Mandela, I think it's a situation where if you watch the innings of New Winthorpes when they were batting, as we see a delivery being bowled here by Boston, who is driven away through backward point by Michael Graves. Batsmen are coming through for 2 runs. If you saw the New Winthorpes innings, you would have realized that a lot of the fielders, in particular the fielder at mid-wicket and the fielder at short cover, they were always pretty straight.
Right.
So it's like they know the pitch is not spinning much, so they would need to stop them from scoring up the wicket. because of the areas that they basically bowled in. It's Michael Graves is back and pulling this one into the deep backward square boundary for 4. A nothing delivery by Boston.
That's his 50?
And easily put away by Michael Graves for 4. Very inconsistent bowling here by the New Winthorpes Lions. Not the sort of bowling that will win you a championship. So 76 for 1 off 12.4 overs with 61 more runs to get. They would certainly need to improve upon what we've seen so far.
And as they say in local cricket, that was a long up a while ago. You know, I think he tried to pull it down. I went all bad for him. You know, not too sure why he tried to change what he was doing before.
Yeah, didn't seem as though he completed his action.
And for me, for what I've seen so far in this Blackhawks innings, the New Winthorpes bowler is just trying too much.
Yeah.
In one day cricket, you don't want to try too much. Just stick to a spot and keep the ball in right areas. That's all required. Let the batsman make the error.
Yep.
You know.
Definitely the case with Kofi James in particular when the Liberta Blackhawks were in the field.
Right.
I think he was trying too much. He went for something like 42 runs in 8 overs. Very much unlike the Kofi James that we know, who is normally very economical.
Right. Yeah.
As we have a stoppage in play here.
Might get a ball change because the ball seems to be
because
lost.
the ball went over, took a bounce and went over the fence.
So the third umpire is out with a new ball.
The box of balls.
Replacement ball, I should say. You know, I think they look at the ball though.
Yeah, they found the ball.
Yeah. So I guess the umpire will look at it, make sure it's the correct ball. But yeah, it seems like Blackhawks have this one in their pocket so far. It may be very difficult for the Lions to take it back out the pocket.
I definitely think so.
Know?
Definitely think so. Quite sure Jojo's show tomorrow will be filled with a lot of callers from the Blackhawks.
Yep.
I know Stan for sure will be calling.
That's true.
Yep. As we're just about to have a resumption in play. Boston is into ball to Michael Graves, who tucks this away into the onside. Manages to get a single.
That's where played by Graves a while ago.
It's almost expected these days, Denmore, when the Liberta team is playing in the final, that more times than not you will expect them to win.
That's so true. But I'm not Denmore. Yeah, it seems that Liberta accustomed to playing finals, so you know what it takes to be on big occasion, you know.
I've honestly lost count in the last 15 years the amount of finals that they've played in. I know from an Empire perspective, from since 2008 up until the two-day final this year, it's been 20 between Empire and the Blackhawks as far as the head-to-head is concerned.
That's so true.
Blackhawks leading the head-to-head, 11 wins to 9.
So something good is happening with Liberta. What they like is
definitely,
you know,
definitely. And even in winning, you can see that they're trying to bring through a few youngsters as well.
Yep.
Michael Graves, Brent Joseph, William Cornwall Jr. Just some of the names that we can call. As we see Michael Graves getting a delivery from Ian Seb and plays this up to long on. Manages to get a single.
Now
moves on to 78, if I'm not mistaken. 78 for 1 of 13.1 overs. Kofi James. It's a boundary away from recording yet another half century for the season. He's on 46 from 40 balls. Michael Graves on 8 from 9.
the Blackhawks camp is very happy. Blackhawks camp know they have this one going. You know, they are relaxed. They're making a lot of noise. You know,
as expected. As Kofi James is forward and hitting this one up to extra cover. It's fielded by Randall Boston. He's hitting this one down to the mid-wicket region, and that's 4 runs and a half century for Kofi James. Yeah.
50. Well played 50 by Kofi James.
Definitely.
You know, just need to stay there and bring it home for the team.
Definitely. Has been there since the start of the innings, Kofi James. He's not out on 50 or 42 balls. Striking 8 fours and a 6 at a strike rate of 119. The overall score moves on to 82 for 1. The sort of message a defending champion would want to send to their contenders. As Kofi James is back and cutting this one to backward point, where it's fielded by Siobhan Moore. Doesn't manage to get a run.
That's a good stop there while I go by Moore.
Definitely is a good stop. Definitely the kind of message you would want to send to the contenders and the others who compete in the competition with you.
That's so true.
And Kofi James is down the wicket and hitting this to Nino Henry, and he is caught. Very good catch by Nino Henry down at long on. And the Liberta Blackhawks have lost their second wicket. Kofi James caught at long on by Nino Henry. Bowl Ian Yuseb for 50.
It's a very good catch by skipper Nino Henry, moving around to his left, down at long on. You know, for a moment I thought he wasn't going to get there, but he get there and pull up a wonderful catch.
I thought his athleticism was the difference there.
Right.
Which is what I said in the case of Asha when he was feeling at mid-on.
Right.
If it was a situation where there was a Nino Henry or even an Ian Yuseb at mid-on, that could have been the difference, and we saw that there a while ago with that catch being taken by Nino.
And that's so true. You know. But do you see the senior statement is out in the wickets? Wilden Cornwall Senior. I know he was in pretty good forms last week in the semi-finals. So I'm pretty sure he want to continue in the finals today and see the victory for the brother.
Hasn't seemed to lose anything as far as his cricketing ability is concerned, even though his age has quite gracefully moved on.
Right.
Certainly not the youngest player.
Right.
Certainly not the oldest player either. To be playing in this time.
Well, it was a pretty good innings by Kofi, all in all.
I think so.
You know.
But I would have loved to see him go to the end Mandela. And this is the problem that I have with Kofi James.
Right.
He will give you 50 runs and then it's almost as if he thinks he has done enough.
Right.
You know, and in this situation, you would like to see Kofi James even coming out 70, 80, not out. And seeing his team home as far as victory is concerned.
Right. And that's so true. I couldn't have said it better.
Yeah.
You know, it's once a day is stay there and do the job. Don't let the job somebody else to do.
Yeah, and it's not just him. It's a lot of our players as well. They think scoring 50, you know, in a given situation, scoring 100 in a given situation, is suffice. You know, and in some situations it's unacceptable.
That's true.
Quite frankly.
Well, let's hope that he learns and next time around he see it home.
You would definitely hope so. As Wilden Cornwall gets ready to face his first delivery. Definitely not a player who will be looking to stick around. Will be interesting to see what happens as he's back and dabbing down to third man region. As he comes back for the second run. Certainly looks in cricketing shape.
Yeah.
Mandela?
Yeah. That's a nice double while go for
Definitely.
Easy two.
Definitely.
So, see, just simply talk about experience and match awareness, game awareness and everything from the senior statesman. You know?
I know for sure he would want to be an example to the younger players, being the assistant coach of the Leeward Islands team as well. I'm quite sure he will be on the lookout for players to invite to the Leeward Islands camp at some point as well.
That's so true.
So, even in the absence of a Leeward Islands tournament, I think him being here and playing against him can work in your favor. As Boston is in to bowl to Michael Graves, who is back and defending. Back to the bowler. There's no run. Michael Graves is forward and defending this into the backward point region, fielded by Nino Henry. There's no run.
I know we're not going to see any quick singles in this partnership.
Certainly not on the part of Wilden Cornwall Sr. As we see Boston comes in to bowl to Michael Graves, who is having a swipe at that.
That was an expansion shot by
very
Graves
much not the Michael Graves that I know.
Look like you want to take the cover off the ball a while ago.
Boston is into bowl to Michael Graves, and he's forward and driving again. Driving loosely, missing. Not cleanly taken by Bartlett Henry behind the stumps. There's no run.
Look like Boston find a good area of the wicket right now. So let's see what's up.
He's back and defending. Into the onside, no run. The score, 84 for 2. After 14.5 overs.
Yeah.
Certainly. For the majority of this over, it's been well bowled by Boston, and he is going past the outside edge with that one. Very, very well bowled by Boston. Taken by the wicketkeeper. There's no run after 15 overs. Score is 84 for 2. Wilden Cornwall Sr. on 2 and Michael Graves on 8.
Pretty decent over by Boston a while ago. But as a Blackhawks supporter, rightly said a while ago, the batsman playing from the crease instead of looking to push out, you know. And it's so important when you're batting spinners to try and get the front foot close to the ball as possible, you know.
So Wilden Cornwall settles over his bat. Yuseb is in to bowl to Cornwall, who is back and dabbing this one to backward point. Doesn't manage to get a run.
Look like Cornwall favoring the square of the wicket.
Cornwall look like he's having a net. He's back and he's cutting at this one. That looked fairly wide to me, but there wasn't a signal from the umpire. Cornwall taps over his bat and is back and looking to get a quick single here, which he manages to get. Mandela?
I guess Cornwall took a quick single. Turn the strike
a well-judged quick single.
Yeah.
The field at backward square had no chance to run out either batter. It was quite easy in the end for Wilden Cornwall and Michael Graves.
So well played by Cornwall a while ago.
Definitely. His experience definitely showing there. Knowing what he can do and what he can't do. And Michael Graves is back and dabbing this one down to short third man as they come through quite easily for the second run. Those two runs move the score on to 87. 87 for 2.
So not bad going by the batters, you know. Turn the strike over, which is important.
Definitely.
And just a matter of time before this is all over.
By the looks of it, as Ian Yuseb is into bowl to Michael Graves, who is back and cutting.
Not too sure where he wanted to hit the ball away, because that ball was too close to that shot.
That delivery definitely looked too close for him to cut or even make an attempt. to cut. Didn't cost him his wicket though. As we see Yuseb into ball to Michael Graves, who is sweeping. There's a loud appeal, and he's given loud leg before. Yet another wicket to Ian Yuseb. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, and he has taken all 3 wickets that have fallen so far.
As a batsman, that's a cardinal sin if you're trying to sweep from middle to stump. That's
Definitely a delivery. Michael Graves should have been looking to play back up to long on.
That's correct.
And he plays across the line, and he perishes.
And there's no need for that shot also.
Definitely no need for that shot, because his team, 87 for 2 off 16 overs, well in control of the game. Yet another new batter is going to the wicket. And as I said earlier, Mandela, there is certainly no guarantee that Liberta will make the 50 runs that are needed for victory. So it's a situation where the players that are on the job need to see the job
out.
Yeah, need to see it out.
Yeah. What Liberta is doing, if they keep losing wicket now, you're giving you a chance to come back in the game.
They're certainly giving them a momentum.
You know,
to make an effort to come back into the game. Certainly the wickets that have fallen so far for the Blackhawks have been actual giveaways, if I can use that term, in this situation. Has not been a situation where they have done anything out of the ordinary to get these wickets. And it's definitely not something that you would want to turn a blind eye to, because as I said, there's no guarantee that they can get the remaining 50 runs, but you will hope for their sake that they will get it.
Definitely poor shot selection by the batsman. Very poor selections, and I don't want to see that at all. But let's hope the other batters are looking on, and they go out and play different.
I think given the situation, it will be very interesting to see how Wilden Cornwall Sr. approaches his innings from here on in, even though they're capable batters left in the hut, as he's back and playing this one up to mid-wicket. There's no run. I think being the senior statesman in the team, he definitely needs to show his leadership qualities here in the situation. As he's forward and defending, back to the bowler. There's no run.
What he does now for Cornwall now, he have to shoulder the burden now and take the team home. Take the team on the shoulder and take them home.
Definitely a situation where he'd want to lead from the front. As the senior pro, as we see Boston is into bowl to him, and he's back and dabbing this one down to backward point. Doesn't manage to get a run.
If the bowlers are paying attention, they realize that Polo is trying to look to play most of the balls between down backward square.
Down to backward point. Down in the backward point region. As he goes back and is playing it back down in the backward point region again.
So they need to look to bowl into middle and leg and see what he can do.
Definitely an ill-advised shot to the off spinner. As we see, Boston is in here to bowl him, and he's hitting this one down too long off, and he is caught at long off by Ishmael Peters. Oh wow! Yet another wicket has fallen. The score is 87 for 4. Randall Boston picking up his first wicket.
Look like game on.
Definitely game on here.
Game on.
Just a few moments ago, Liberta was as much as 69 without loss. 82 for 1. 83 for 1. And now they are 4 down for 87. Still needing another 50 runs to win this game.
And this is what I call complacency or overconfidence. You know, setting in the Liberta lineup. You know, and as we always know, the game of cricket is glorious uncertainties.
Definitely, that was a very, very poor shot by Wilden Cornwall given the situation. In a situation like that, you would expect somebody of his caliber to just stroke that to long off, take a single, see it through. However, he's walking back to the pavilion.
I'm not too sure if he saw the long on.
I'm quite sure he saw him.
He trying to beat him a while ago then.
I'm quite sure he saw him.
As you rightfully said, he could hit the ball and go and take up a 1 or 2 instead of trying to go over the top.
Yep.
You know, that shot was definitely not called for.
Definitely not called for.
But let's see. I guess they want to put some interest in the game.
I guess so. The new batsman is Tariq Charles. Charles has played 9 matches, scored exactly 100 runs, averaging 50 with a strike rate of 96.15. He joins Kareem Agor at the crease, the captain of the Liberta Blackhawks.
Well, now the Lions are winning once more.
They've
I see the energy levels is back up.
Definitely. They've gotten their row back and some teeth as well.
So let's see. Next 2-3 hours are going to be very interesting.
It definitely will be. As we see Boston gets ready to bowl to Tariq Charles, who is forward and driving into the offside. Doesn't manage to beat the fielder at cover, who is Damon Valentine. That is actually the end of the over.
That's
at the end of 17 overs, the score is 87 for 4. Tariq Charles on not, and Kareem Agor also on not.
That's a decent over a while ago.
The 2 off spinners for the New Winthorpes team have definitely brought them back into the game.
And I bet you any money that the fans at New Winthorpes saying why these guys didn't come in much more earlier in the attack. I guarantee that for sure.
There will always be a division of opinion as far as that is concerned. However, the current situation is that the Liberta Blackhawks are 87 for 4 off 17 overs, still 50 runs adrift of what would give them yet another Super 40 championship. As you see, Ian Yuseb is in bowling to Kareem Agor, who is back and slashing at that. He manages to get it down into the 3rd man region, and it will be pulled back in by Siobhan Moore, and the batsman ran 4.
Yeah, four right ago.
Yeah. The batsman ran 4 runs. Oh wow.
Show the fitness of those 2 batters.
Not something that you normally see in a Super
Australia
40 game.
In Australia. But you show the fitness level of the batters a while ago.
Definitely.
2-1-4. All 1-4. Haven't seen that in a long while.
See Kareem Agor just looking to settle over his bat. As Yuseb is in, bowling to go, and he's down the leg side. Down the leg side, will it make it to the boundary? It does. 5 wides. Not something that the New Winthorpes team would want at this situation of the game. But nonetheless, it's 5 wides to the Liberta Blackhawks.
Lions like they want to give back the favor back into Liberta after having those 2 quick wickets.
Very much so.
You're looking for a tighter over than what we're seeing here.
Very much so. Score moves on to 96 for 4. As we see 1 or 2 of the New Winthorpes players having a cheer, trying to get their team back into the game. As Yuseb is bowling to Go, who is down the pitch and flicking this one into the long on region. Manages to get 2 runs. Very good running by Go and TC, Tariq Charles.
What I like about Go, from the moment he came to the crease, you can see the energy levels is up, you know, where it look like turn 1 into 2s.
Yep, that's the sort of player that he is. He's going to push the fielders. This is how the game should be played. As you said, looks to get yet another wicket. He's in. He's bowled to Kareem Agor, who is forward, defending. Back to the bowler. There's no run. Score 96 for 4 in the 18th over. He's back and cutting this one to the backward, to the point region. Manages to get a run. So far, Yuseb has been the top bowler for New Winthorpes. 3 for 19 from 3.2 overs. Being supported by Boston, who has 1 for 15 from 5.
I think 2 more wickets will make for front lines and make the game even more interested.
I think so as well. They have to look to pressure the new batsman in T.C. Chaz as he plays this up to the wicket back to Yuseb. There's no run. And yet another over has ended. Score 99 for 4 after 18 overs.
So a good over for the Blackhawks, you know, which was needed after losing 2 quick wickets. Bring back the game into a kind of balance, although they're still ahead. But as I said, 2 more wickets for the Lions will make the game even more interesting.
I think the balance is definitely in their favor, given the current nature of the game. Having 99 runs off 18 overs, they only need a mere 38 off 132 balls. So just about 2 runs over from here on in will give them victory. I think the wicket of Kareem Agor here will really set back the Liberta Blackhawks team. As we see, Boston is in, and he's not playing a shot. Looked like he wanted to sweep that one.
Yep.
A while ago.
Look premeditated
the
a while
last
ago.
minute. As we see, Boston is in here to bowl to Go, and Go is forward, defending this ball into the offside. Fielded by Nino Henry. There's no run.
Pretty good start by Boston. 2 balls, 2 dot balls so far.
Has been pretty economical from since he came on to bowl. As we see, Goa drives this one up to the long on fielder, manages to get a run, and that run brings up the Liberta 100 off 18.3 overs. So more than 3/4 of the way there. Just a mere 37 runs to get now for the Blackhawks. As Boston is in to bowl to T.C. Chaz, who defends this back up the wicket to the bowler. There's no run. Chaz yet to score. Go on 8. Boston looking to get another wicket here as he's into bowl to TC, who basically plays this to the backward point fielder, and they manage to scamper through for a run.
Looks a bit tight a while ago, but was easy in the end.
Yeah, the New Winthorpes team would definitely want to cut out those singles, for sure. Knowing that it's just 36 runs for victory. Still a little way off, but still, in the context of the game, 36 runs could be a lot. As we see Goa comes forward, defends this one to the backward point fielder. No run. Yet another over has ended, and the score is 101 for 4 off 19 overs. Kareem Agor is on 8, and TC Chaz on 1.
Pretty decent over a while ago. I think 3 runs went over. So not bad at all.
From since the fall of the wicket of Kofi James, I think the boundary hitting has been significantly reduced somewhat. You know, and that's just to show you the importance of Kofi at the top of the order.
Right.
His boundary hitting ability basically sets up the game for the Liberta Blackhawks team whenever they play, and whatever format that they play.
And I'm sure he'll be kicking himself now, so he should be still out there in the middle.
Yeah, definitely. 'Cause as you can see, they've lost 4 wickets. As Yuseb is into bowl to TC Chaz. TC is back, defending this up to the field at mid-wicket. There's no run. The Winthorpes trying with all their might to get yet another wicket. As we see, Yuseb is in his bowling to TC Charles. That is up in the air. And it goes for, it looks like 6. Is that 6? Is that 6?
Looks
Yes,
like
it
go all the way.
Definitely 6.
Didn't realize what time is so nice.
For a moment, I thought that he skied that. But I'm not out in the middle. 6 runs to TC Charles as the score moves to 107 for 4. As we see an adjustment in the field, Nino Henry has decided to stay at long off. Yuseb is into bowl to TC Charles, who is slashing at that. Goes down in the backward point region. And the batters managed to get yet another 2 runs. So they really put in the Winthorpes fielders under pressure whenever they get the opportunity.
It looks like Charles is telling himself, let's put some gas on this game.
It seems that way.
Playing 2 attacking shots so far.
Seems that way. I still think he needs to be mindful of the situation though. Because, as I've been saying, there's no guarantee that you will get the runs. So you need to stay there and ensure that your team gets the runs. As we see Yuseb in to bowl to Charles. Charles is flicking. Ooh, and that just managed to evade the fielder at cover, which is Boston. A taller fielder, maybe a Nino Henry, a Siobhan Moore, maybe would have been in business there.
Charles is really on the go.
Definitely. The ball seems to be following Boston somewhat, Mandela.
Yep.
The half chances, even the big chance of Kofi James has gone to him. And from a New Winthorpes perspective, you would hope that he manages to take chances like those, given the context of the game and the magnitude of the situation as well.
And that's so true. As I said earlier on, half chances are very important to take. Especially in the finals.
Yeah, knowing what's at stake. As you see, Yuseb is in the bowl to Karimago, who is flicking this one up to long on. As the batsmen go through for a single.
So that's a decent over for the Blackhawks.
Yep.
I think they managed to score about 8 runs, I think. If my maths are right. In this
10.
Over. 10.
Yeah. Score moves on to 111 for 4 off 20. At the halfway point. Still another 20 overs to go. And 26 runs
26 runs to get. So it's hard for the Blackhawks to take home.
Yep.
I can't see them losing from here on.
I definitely can't see them losing from here. But we have seen stranger things happening in the game of cricket. As Boston is in to bowl to Karimago, who is having a big hit at that, and that's down the ground and into the boundary for 4.
That's an excellent shot by Karimago.
Definitely a good shot by Karimago. The field at mid-off. Definitely well up in the circle. Full delivery by Orandel Boston, and Go gleefully accepted. Just stepped forward and struck it back over his head for 4. As he's in again to bowl to Go, who is back and flicking this one into the onside. To the man at mid-wicket, Diamond Valentine. There's no run.
I think Go have been in a tip-top form for the season so far. I think he scored a double century, if I'm not mistaken.
And I think he has managed to score a century or 2 following that double century as well, as we see Go flicking this one around the corner and is back very quickly for the second run.
Yeah.
Definitely the kind of player you would want at the crease at this moment. Himself and TC Charles definitely putting a lot of pressure on the fielders in the outfield. As Boston is into bowl to Go. Go is forward, defending this into the offside. Fielded by Ian Yuseb. There's no run. You can see Mandela, it's not all about boundary hitting as far as these batsmen are concerned. They're very much looking to turn ones into twos, twos into threes. As we see, Boston is in and goes down the wicket and flicking this up to long on for a single. Aside that, you would like to see Mandela, him using his feet to the spinner?
Yeah, of course. I just said that was excellent feet movements a while ago by young Goa.
Yeah.
Get to the pitch of the delivery and struck it down long on for long off for his single, which is good. And that's what we want to see in batting.
Here's Boston into bowl to TC. TC drives up to the field at cover. There's no run. I honestly think that the new Winthorpes players should definitely be looking to put a lot more pressure on TC Chars.
Correct.
I don't find that given the situation of the game, with 19 runs to get, or even before it was 19 runs to get, that they were putting enough pressure on TC Chars.
Yeah, they lapse a bit in that area.
They lost the platter quite a bit there. But they're trying. They're trying to make something happen. Or they're waiting to see if something will happen yet again. They've managed to get 4 wickets so far. Score is 118. As we see Yuseb into bowl to Karimago, who is flicking this one through the mid-wicket region, where he manages to get yet another 2 runs.
And this guy keep making 1 into 2s.
Yep. Moving the score on to 120. So victory very much in sight for the Liberta Blackhawks.
I think what happened, the Lions seem to lack the killer instinct. Opportunities arrive and then they don't pounce on the opportunity.
As Go is down the wicket and hitting this one up to long on.
And good use of the feet a while more by Go.
I definitely think that they could use a second fielder in that region, because he has scored quite a few runs in that region at long on, and it is a situation where they can probably employ a second mid-wicket fielder, or a much straighter mid-wicket fielder, to stop that run, force him to do something different. As we see Yuseb into bowl to TC Chars. There's an appeal for leg before, not out, says the umpire.
That was just a shout. That's a shout in
a half
desperation.
Yuseb is in and bowls to TC Chars. TC Chars is flicking this one down into the backward square region, fielded by Asher Cornelius. It was a good return into BJ Henry.
Talking about Asher don't bowl anymore?
He does, but he hasn't bowled thus far for the innings. The atmosphere around the ground has lifted somewhat.
I guess the crowd just waiting for the burst of champagne.
The Blackhawks fans. As we see Go just paddles the ball around the corner into the short fine leg region. Manages to get 2 runs. As I was saying a while ago, the Blackhawks fans are basically in a joyful mood in anticipation of yet another championship. As we see Yuseb is into Goa, who manages to squeeze a run up to long on.
What I can say is, since the Goa came to the crease, the score would have been ticking.
Definitely. As I said to you a while ago, it's a situation where they're not only looking to hit boundaries, but they're basically looking to turn ones into twos, twos into threes with every opportunity that they get. So, very much a situation where that will work in their favor, I should say, because it keeps the scoreboard ticking.
Most definitely.
They're 15 runs away. Karima go on 21. TC Charles on 11. 22 overs have been bowled by the New Winthorpes Lions. Here's Boston into Gore. Gore flicks this away into the short fine leg region. Gets yet another single. Certainly an aspect of, certainly a missing aspect, I should say, of the New Winthorpes innings.
Right.
I thought that they wasn't. Oh, that's an inside edge there by Charles down to short fine leg region. They come to for single. I thought the New Winthorpes batters, they did not look to accumulate enough ones and twos during the duration of the innings.
And that's why it's so important. You're always trying to look to score, turn the scoreboard around.
Yep. For the most part of the innings, it was a hit and miss situation. I know for sure when Asher Cornelius and Ian Yuseb were batting, they were looking to turn over the strike a lot. As we see Boston into Gore, who flicks this into the mid-wicket region, manages to get yet another single.
And so far in this over, as is noticed, every ball have been a run.
Yeah. Definitely a missing aspect of our cricket, Mandela. I think a lot of teams figure because it's limited overs, it's a situation where boundary hitting is priority, when that is very much not the case.
And the celebration have begun. As you see the fans walking around with the flags. So the Hawking now start hawking.
Yep. Two of the older fans who are women have their flags. And that's a missed opportunity there by Jermaine Otto at first slip. Off of TC Charles.
I think that was a sitter a while ago.
Definitely too close to him to cut, and Jermaine Otto was caught napping there. Put down a relatively straightforward chance at first slip. Not the kind of opportunity you would want to be missed at this situation in the game, because every wicket counts.
And
The Blackhawks are 8 runs away from victory. As we see Boston in here to bowl to Gore, and Gore is down the wicket and square driving this one down to the fielder in the backward point, on the backward point boundary. They managed to get yet another 2 runs.
So you can safely say that Blackhawks are 1 hit away from securing the next title.
They're definitely 1 hit away. They're definitely 1 hit away. Not seeing much movement as far as the players is concerned. I guess it's yet another. It's just another victory for them, because they're accustomed to winning.
That's so true. And they're 1 hit away from the championship.
Yep. And I can understand in a sense, because when you're winning for so long, Mandela, I mean, it becomes a part of you.
True.
You know?
And I must make way for Mr. Roberts so he can take his team home to victory, the Blackhawks. You know, he's man from Liberta. So it's fitting for him to take his side home to the victory.
I think so.
You know,
I think so.
So I have to I have to give honor where honor is due. You know, and make way for the great man.
Yeah. I'm quite certain he has saw his team home to quite a number of titles in the past. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So it's it looks like the Blackhawks are going to win this one. But, again, we have to look back at individual performances. We have to look at key points in this match. Those key points. again for T.V. Charles. I always talk about him. I tell people he's my son. My son because he's my godchild. His father died last year tragically, drowned.
Okay.
And I have pledged since he was small. I'm happy that he is being able to come through to make himself proud. And it's going to be a part of the winning team. Still have a few last remaining runs. Out there. 132 for 4. Just a hit away from victory. And Go is just using his feet and driving all around the crowd. Get just another run.
TC Charles is also a very talented footballer as well.
Extremely talented. He's an extremely talented sportsman.
Yep.
He runs track.
Yep.
He's a very good sprinter as well. I believe if he had even an ounce of training in track and field, he would upset some folks.
I had the privilege of playing against him when he was in the first division, when he played for Garden Stars, and is somebody that I've spoken very highly of. Definitely. Very, very talented central midfielder. Always wants the ball at his feet. Definitely knows what he's about. Yeah. He got I think he got called to the national team as well.
Yes, he was called in the
Okay.
training squad. He just goes there to rub shoulders. Some of the senior players. Very happy he's driving.
Yeah.
It's the end of the anticlimactic end to the competition. The Blackhawks overhauling the 136 made by the New Winthorpes line. Ready to 147 for 4. So the Blackhawks will go away. 6-wicket victors. This one achieving their target of 23.5 overs.
Yet another championship for the Liberta Blackhawks, Denmore. I mean, for some people, they don't get tired of hearing yet another title for the Liberta Blackhawks, especially the Liberta Blackhawks fans. As far as the other fans are concerned, I'm quite certain they may be tired of it. However, congratulations to them.
Congratulations to the Blackhawks winning this one by some 6 wickets. Tariq Charles hitting the winning run, a driven ball into the offside, and not no big celebrations as we've seen in finals. Maybe two because it didn't come down to the nail biter that we were hoping for. So the fans, the players are going to be shaking hands. Let me just give you the scorecard so far for the Blackhawks in there at the crease. Malik Walsh, he made 21. Kofi James got 50. Michael Graves 10. Wilden Cornwall, he got 3. Kareem Agor is not out on 27, and Tariq Charles not out on 15. And it's good to see that the Blackhawks gave Malik Walsh an opportunity at the top of the innings in the finals. It tends to happen that when all the top players are around, some of the fringe players, some of the upcoming players don't seem to get the opportunity. But I'm happy to see that Walsh and Graves and even Tariq Charles were given the opportunity to bat today as well, because Wilden Cornwall Senior usually comes at the top of the innings, especially if they're just looking to get quick runs. But today probably would not need it. And Kofi James getting 15. Incidentally, in coming upstairs, I saw Kofi James in deep discussion with Winston Benjamin just about what he needs to do if he's going to progress to the next level. And that was good to see Winston Benjamin just having an opportunity to have a word with Kofi James one-on-one, so that we can know. Also, what I'm happy for is that New Winthorpes Lions, they were able to have a coach this year. And we have seen the difference when the players are in an organized setup, when they are practicing, when they have structure, when they are listening to somebody. And I'm hoping that they've recognized what would have happened in this situation where they would have employed the services of Abdiel Hughes, and they've seen immediate success. Because having not been in the finals for 10 years, getting into the finals, and as the captain said in leading up to this match, that they were 3 points away from getting into the latter stages of the two-day competition as well. So congratulations to them as well. I don't think that they can leave feeling embarrassed. They were not embarrassed. They probably didn't perform as well as they wanted to, but for them in itself, they should go away feeling as though they played an important part in this final here today.
Definitely, Denmore. I would agree with you wholeheartedly as far as the presence of Abdel Hughes is concerned. I think he has made a very big difference since he has been in and around the New Winthorpes team.
My call still is for the ABCA to pay these coaches. Help the clubs by providing a stipend for Tittle, for Abdiel, for Miller, for what's his name is Peters, I think is at Jennings.
Ajani Frederick.
Huh?
Ajani Frederick at Pickett.
These people who week in, week out work with these teams. I think the ABC has to find a way that they're going to provide them with an incentive, something to keep them around, something to assist the clubs. Because I know for sure, dealing with a club, the clubs don't have money that they can pay these coaches what they're worth on their own. And I believe firmly that if these guys are given a stipend of assistance, call it whatever you want from the ABC, they will be able to work knowing that they have some sort of job security, so knowing they have something coming back, and it will overall improve the cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. And I think that should be the ultimate aim for all of us, to have better cricket being played in Antigua and Barbuda and across the Caribbean in general.
I'm in agreement with you, Denmore. I think a lot of the coaches go above and beyond the call of duty. Some of the coaches even use their own money to fund the club in some shape or form. So I don't see it.
I'm just watching, I see the Blackhawks folks are probably sending a message to Polo Cornwall. They're
I think so.
A salute, send off.
Seems as though they're retiring Wilden Cornwall.
Well, Wilden has been around forever.
Yeah.
And at age 50 plus, and still coming to do it and winning another championship. It's good to see that they are sending him off in a very good way. This would be a good photo to have. I hope that the cameraman is catching it. Wilden Cornwall being saluted by his Blackhawks players, almost winning his probably final championship, putting on a close to play. He's definitely not going to be finished with the club, I know, in coaching and other roles, because he still has a long way to go. But it was good to see that the players acknowledge that he's still an integral part, an important part of what they're doing. We're going to hold on, folks, for the presentation ceremony so that we can catch it live for you on the stream. Let me just say thank you to all who would have joined us today on the ABCA stream. I hope that you enjoyed the commentary that we were able to bring to you. It's the ABCA the ABCA Super40 finals played between the men from Liberta Blackhawks, P.I.C Insurance Liberta Blackhawks, and New Winthorpes Lions, and of course the P.I.C Insurance Liberta Blackhawks coming out victors once again. There's going to be a little lull, I think, in the cricket as the Cool and Smooth T20 comes up in July. So the players will have a couple of months off. The World Cup will be in between here in Antigua. What do the players do in that time period? A couple of months to get focused to come back for the Cool and Smooth T20.
I don't think it should be looked at a lull in the cricket, I should say, because knowing what's at stake as far as the T20 winnings is concerned, I think it's a situation where you can give yourself time to go back to the drawing board, get your plans in place, executing your plans, and basically refining what you think needs to be addressed so they can make an impression on the T20 tournament.
What do you think the coaches should be doing in this time period? Should they try to keep the players as much as possible in training?
I think practice should be going on as normal. Knowing the prowess of the Liberta team, Empire, the defending champions. If you're going to compete with these teams, then more, you can't be a fly-by-night. It has to be a situation where practice, what you want to do in games is repetitive, irrespective of what aspect of the game you're looking at. You want it to be a situation where you want to be as fine-tuned as possible going into this tournament.
We're going to have a change of venue, I'm told, for the T20. It might be at Coolidge Cricket Ground. Do you think that will play heavy on the performance of players, or it will just be, a change of venue and the players will approach it the same?
There's a possibility. Being a little bit closer to the sea, I guess the ball will maybe swing a bit more depending on the conditions on the given day or evening. The pitches may be harder in a sense. They may seem a bit more. I mean, it's subjective, so you don't definitely know that this is what is going to happen. However, this is where assessment of the conditions and all these things will come into play. So if you're faced with certain challenges when this time comes, you need to do your assessment along the way, give yourself time, and then you can look to go forward with your innings or whatever aspect of the game that you're basically doing.
So yes, you are listening to or watching the live stream by the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association of the ABCA Super40 competition finals played here at the Ballbeef Cricket Grounds. Liberta Blackhawks, sponsored by PNC Insurance, played against the New Winthorpes Lions, and the Blackhawks were able to come out with a 6-wicket victory pretty easily in the end. They bowled out New Winthorpes 136 in their turn at the crease and were able to get to 137 for 4, winning by some 6 wickets. Kadeem Phillip getting a 5-wicket haul. And you said it earlier in the broadcast that it is going to come down to how the New Winthorpes batsmen are prepared to bat the spinners. And today we saw that the spinners proved the difference in this match.
Definitely. If you know the composition of the Liberta bowling lineup, you know definitely what you're up against. And they're even one spinner short because Hayden Walsh is in the camp with the West Indies team. And if he was around, I'm quite sure he would have bowled a couple overs as well. And what the teams need to realize, that in order to beat Liberta or even be in with a chance of beating Liberta, they have to be able to get on top of the spinners, keep them out of the game as much as possible, and at the same time be scoring as close to a runner ball as possible, irrespective of the format, because that will basically keep them in the game. Or even more so the white ball format, that will basically keep them in the game and allow them to get a formidable total on the board that they can defend.
We also saw the West Indies release the team that is going to play the first T20 warm-up game against South Africa over there in Jamaica. The team will be captained by Brandon King. Includes Ruston Chase as vice-captain, Fabian Allen, Alex Atenes, Johnson Charles, Andre Fletcher, Matthew Ford, Jason Holder, Akil Hussain, Shamar Joseph, Kyle Mayers, Obed McCoy, Gudakesh Moti, Romario Shepherd, and Hayden Walsh Jr. That's the squad that will travel over to Jamaica to take on South Africa in the warm-up match.
What do you think about the actual composition of the World Cup team then more? Because I have two concerns. My first concern is the exclusion of Obed McCoy. Because
I had him. I picked a squad for in terms of my opinion, and Obed McCoy would have been in my squad. I think that he's an X factor with that left arm and the fact that he can take wickets. I think our bowling is pretty much one and the same.
Yes.
When you look at Fletcher, when you look at Holder, when you look at even Shamar Joseph, all of them, they pretty much bring the same thing. And I would have preferred to have had an Obed McCoy in my squad as well. I think that was a missed opportunity as well by the West Indies. I also feel that we too many of our batters are almost the same as well. We have a lot of hitters, not enough people to build innings, and I think that's going to be the difference. What is going to happen in the middle order if we do not get off to a flyer, or if we do get off to a flyer and then lose some wickets? Who is going to graft in the middle there? I don't think that we thought too much about that. Otherwise, it was the names that showed up were the ones I expected. I was not surprised by anybody that was in the squad. And so that is my thought on that. But you said you had two concerns. One, Obed McCoy, and the other.
And the second was the exclusion of Kyle Mayers as well. Leading up to the World Cup, there were a lot of times, a lot of series that Brandon King and Kyle Mayers were the established openers. And to see, in the end, Kyle Mayers getting left out and Shimron Hetmyer, somebody who was dropped, being included ahead of him is quite concerning to me. You know, I'm not saying the excuse, the reason given by the most honorable Desmond Haynes was that they would have preferred to have the hitter down the order. And if you look at the composition of the West Indies team, with Andre Russell, with a Romario Shepherd,
because
with a Rovman Powell.
I just pulled it up here,
yeah,
right? And you have Rovman Powell, a hitter. Johnson Charles, a hitter. Puran, a hitter.
He said down the order.
I'm just talking about all these people. You understand? No matter where they come.
Yeah.
Sheffield Rutherford, a hitter. Andre Russell, a hitter. Romario Shepherd, a hitter.
To a lesser extent, Jason Holder down
to
the
a
order
lesser
as well.
extent, Jason Holder down the order. Akil Hussain can hold his own. If Alzari Joseph really is in the right frame of mind, he too can be a hitter. This is what I'm talking about. When I look through the squad, I see Shea Hope, I see Shimron Hetmyer, and Brandon King as the three options that could be grafters, could be people who are in the middle order. And I'm expecting, I believe King is going to come at the top of the order.
Definitely.
So again, the balance in terms of the batting, I don't think that it's there in terms of that we thought about just the firepower, looking as if we have the most firepower without thinking, because one of the problems the West Indies has had is that we either boundary or dot. We don't have people in the middle to pick up those ones and those twos and so on. And we needed to look to somebody like that. Somebody that could come into the middle, work it around, you understand, get 50 or 50 balls with little or no risk. And then we have some people to come at the end to power us.
I would want to believe that's the role of Shea Hope in the team. And another thing I want to highlight to you is that there are two recognized openers in the team. There are two recognized openers in Charles and Brandon King. What happens in a situation where you want to make a change at the top? Yeah, you know who will be the player? Who will be the player that you would want to see going at the top? Because we're basically an opener shot, and I don't want to believe that they will send Shea Hope to open.
Let me tell you what my take is. If Johnson Charles is not opening, he doesn't play. That's my opinion there. But you are correct, as when you look through the order, apart from Johnson Charles and Brandon King, who else? Nobody else there jumps out as somebody that you would send at the top of your innings. I had a wild card in my squad. I said pick Raheem Cornwall as the opener because he's been very effective in the CPL as an opener, somebody that you send to and get quick runs up at the order. And if push comes to shove and you need an additional bowler, he is available to you. That would have been my wild card pick in terms of an opener. Many folks did not see it.
I don't agree.
As I see, and it's okay, right? But that would have been my wild card. Maybe you have other options. Who could have been the other persons that we could be thinking about?
If I had a wild card, I would have gone with Kevin Sinclair.
Kevin Sinclair.
Because Kevin Sinclair, as we have
he's
seen,
been in good form.
Yes, as we have seen
recently.
in the 4-day tournament, very capable lower order batsman. He's a very capable lower order batsman, and we can get 4 overs on a given day out of him. He's a very capable lower order batsman, and he's an off spinner who can give you 4 overs at any point during the innings. And knowing the problem that we had as far as the off spinner is concerned, I think it's a situation where we missed the trick in that regard. Okay, we're back here with live commentary from the Super40 final. Liberta Blackhawks versus the New Winthorpes Lions. The Liberta Blackhawks has just secured victory by 6 wickets over the Lions. With us here, Kofi James. Kofi?
Yes, Jerry.
A good day at the office?
Yeah, another day at the office.
I see you managed to get a 50. Can you just give us some feedback on your innings?
Well, I think it was a control innings up to when I got out. You know, there are points when I was going a bit aggressive and then points where I was just rotating. I felt I bat good until I out. You know, the pitch was very good to bat on. Few balls kept low a bit, but the pitch was a hard pitch. So, you know, it wasn't that difficult to get runs. As long as they apply yourself, runs would come easy.
I realized at a point in time, you guys were using a lot of feelers directly, well, just off of the wicket. Can you explain the ploy as far as that is concerned?
So basically the players, the batsmen for the opposition, we realized they weren't really using much risk. They were hitting through the line. So putting the feelers just off the pitch in front of them and let them try to beat them to the left or the right, which is a difficult shot to play. So that was the plan really. Okay.
As far as preparations for the big one, if I can call it the big one, the cool and smooth T20 is concerned, is this a situation where you guys will take some time off, or it will be business as usual until the tournament?
I mean, business as usual. I think cool and smooth push back a bit than the last few years. So we have a bit more time. So the players, even though we're still training, it's not like a go hard training. You know, you put in the necessary work, nothing too strenuous, because we came off from a 2-day and then a 40 or so. You know, some players might need some rest, some players might still train based on what they feel like. It's all about the players, what they feel like.
Okay. I realized the celebrations were not what I expected to see thus far. What are the plans for later?
I mean, you never know. Normally we run on the field and so forth, but I guess the energy was just different today. I mean, chasing 136 with only like 4 wickets down. You know, if it was like a tighter finals, you know, more emotional, maybe would have run on and chop some beers and so forth. But, you know, it was almost like a walk in the park. We didn't even have to lose 4 wickets. But we lost 4 wickets. So I guess the energy wasn't, the energy wasn't like that nerve. We didn't have the nervousness and we went over the line after like a tight win. So I guess it's just a normal setting.
I certainly thought it was a situation where, you as a senior player in the Liberta team could have looked to stamp the authority somewhat. I think 50 runs or just scoring just about 50 runs is beyond you or beyond your ability as a player. I think it's a situation where you need to be getting 80, 90 not out and basically seeing your team over the line, because a lot of the wickets that were lost today were basically unnecessary. I didn't think it was a situation where the New Winthorpes players really outfoxed any one of the batters that got out. So, just from me to you, I think it's a situation where when you get into those moments, you need to be more clinical as a player.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
All right, Kofi, it was nice talking to you. As we look to get coach. Any final words, Kofi?
Well, thanks to all the fans, especially the fans to come out today. Even New Winthorpes fans, the whole environment was, but the energy was there in the crowd today. Thanks to those who came out throughout the season and supported Blackhawks, the few loyal fans. To the coach, the players, the Blackhawks, congrats. To New Winthorpes team, well done to make it to the finals after so many years. All the best throughout the next tournament, New Winthorpes, and I hope Liberta can continue to do their good deeds and get some more championships. Thanks.
No problem.
Well, we're going to wrap things up. I was told by the Cricket Association that there will be an award ceremony when the trophy presentation and all that will take place. So there will be no awards today, as in the handing over of anything. So again, congratulations to the Liberta Blackhawks, and thank you very much, Joari Edwards. Come over so the people can see who you are. Next to me, let's see, these two dark chocolate guys, that are speaking to you. And Joari continues to grow as an upcoming commentator. I really enjoy working with you. I think that your knowledge of the game enhances what we do here. And I'm hoping that we will, whenever we have commentary, I'll see you again.
Definitely.
And are you planning on playing the T20? Cool.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're
I'm
not.
a
You're
match
still
referee.
in the match referee. And I still wish you all the best in that. And folks, thanks again for those of you who are watching. Thanks to our technical director who is behind the camera, and of course Paco and everybody else here, and of course to Richards. We call him Mandela. That's his right name? Earl Richards. Earl. We call him Mandela, and who's sat in when I just had to deal with an issue. We'll be back the next time the ABCA has any type of coverage. So on behalf of my co-commentator Joari Edwards, Denmark Robert saying, have a great evening. See you next time. Good night.